In the trial, we have both defendants in court and 3 of 4 counts. Ms. Morrissey is not present. People are represented. Are there matters to be dealt with prior to the resumption of testimony before the juries?
Right, there are no matters that are necessary to be resolved prior to the testimony, but as I indicated to the court, there are matters that need to be resolved by the end of the day today in anticipation of the witness that I'm calling tomorrow. And from a pure scheduling issue, the matter of whether or not the people are going to use experts in their case needs to be resolved. Because I have 2 experts that I have not called in my case in chief, and was going to save them for Sir rebuttal because of the representations made that Dr. Fairstein and Dr. F would be called by the prosecution against Eric Menendez only. Now, Mrs. Lozanich gave us an order of witness list, a trial schedule today, and neither Dr. Fairstein nor Dr. F appear on it, but when I inquired of Mr. Furiyama, he indicates he hasn't made up his mind yet. Now, my only concern is that I not get shut out of calling my experts because the people argue that it's not proper Sir rebuttal. If at the last minute they decide not to call Fairstein and ask.
Yeah.
So
I can clear that up, but we would agree that if the defense wants to, if because of our indecision, the defense doesn't want to be, I think sandbag is the term used, we would not object to them being called Sir rebuttal on grounds that since we didn't call any experts, why should they be able to? However, we would still maintain that calling them is cumulative, and that under 722 or 23 of the evidence code, that whether they were called in the defense case or in Sir rebuttal, that they should not be permitted to testify because we've already have enough experts. But we're not in a position to really make a decision until we hear Dr. Burgess and until the court rules on whether and how much of the prior sessions will be available to the prosecution. So to clear up the problem with sandbagging, we want to object on those grounds, but we're still going to object to the cumulative.
Okay, I understand your position.
yes, if that's the position, then that resolves my dilemma. And so long as the court agrees that that could be the progress of the witnesses. And that has to do with Dr. Baker and Dr. Malone, and whether or not they're cumulative is something we can deal with before they're actually called. But the other issue that needs to be resolved before Dr. Burgess testifies tomorrow is whether and what portion of any other OZEAL notes and sessions is going to be included.
All right, that matter was presented to the court about 10 days ago, and at the time it was presented, the court did review the material, so I'm prepared to deal with it. Are there any other matters that deal with the testimony of any witness today before those witnesses testify?
I think Your Honor was going to review a tape.
I did.
And
I don't know if we marked that tape as an exhibit or not.
I believe it was marked.
You have been marking exhibits without informing the court of them as they're being marked, Mr. Burt, so it is difficult for the court to keep track of it. You can go over to the side there and talk to the clerk, and you and she have a nice conversation, but I'm not aware of what it is that you're talking about. So you have to mark those in open court so we can hear what it is that you're marking as you mark them.
It's 332, isn't it?
I believe so.
All right, 332 is a tape recording. The tape was not, did not have a sticker on it when I received it, but if everyone is in agreement that that is what it is, the numerical designation will mark it as 332.
Do you know the date of this particular? I'm keeping lists, and I just have audio cassette, and I'd like to. If we have a date.
Yes, it would help if you put dates on these. So when they're marked, that tape, as I recall, has some markings on it as far as certain information provided by somebody. I don't know who. It doesn't have a date on it, I don't believe. And it's not authenticated within the sound on the tape itself.
Said the witness will testify was made on or about October 1st, 1989.
Right. I listened to the tape, and I've also heard your argument at the sidebar. Is there anything further that either side wanted to
There's
add?
one thing further, Your Honor, which is on the tape that Dr. OZEAL has heard indicating that he was going to use some photographs against
A photograph.
a photograph in some way against Ms. Smith, and I think that incident is relevant to our theory that Dr. Ozio was making the tapes with the brothers for extortion, blackmail purposes.
Right, I listened to the tape. It's a conversation that somehow was tape recorded, and it's a little unclear as to how these tape recordings got made on the answering machine, never got erased, but they apparently were preserved in some fashion for whatever reason. But regardless of that, the court, having listened to the tape itself, finds that it does not establish the defense position. It's not probative of the issues that the defense has indicated it was offered for. Both sides are joking and laughing, and on the tape, it appears to be a lighthearted conversation, and it doesn't carry with it the meaning that the defense has put forward. The probative value is nil, and the potential for prejudice and confusion of issues is great. Therefore, the objection under Section 352 of the Evidence Code is sustained.
I believe the defense wants to call the next witness out of order, and we have no objections. It's Dr. Emory.
Okay, is he here?
It's in court.
Okay, then as soon as we have our jurors all here, we'll proceed. How long do you think his testimony would be?
I think approximately 20 minutes, no more than that.
Okay.
And Your Honor, could I present to the court 2 exhibits, which I'd like marked next in order so that the court knows what the exhibits are?
Yeah, you can do that.
And may I have a brief moment to run in the back hospital, please, while the jury is brought out?
Yeah.
1 second.
See?
Why don't you let any jurors in who want to come in? Mr. Word, this is one of your jurors. I guess maybe you can show everybody as it relates to.
May I see it? Yeah.
Okay, we'll be in recess until we have all the jurors here.
My name is Warden Emory.
Could you spell your full name?
Warden Hamemory.
And sir, could you tell us your business or occupation?
I'm a psychiatric physician.
And how long have you been a physician?
About 25 years.
And have you always specialized in psychiatry?
Yes.
And have you practiced in the state of California for 25 years?
No, approximately 21 years.
And back in 1987, can you tell me where you were practicing medicine?
Thousand Oaks, California.
And in connection with your practice, did you have some duties at Westlake Community Hospital
Yes, I did.
in Westlake Village, California?
Yes.
And on or about November 8th, 1987, did you have occasion to attend to a patient by the name of Kitty Menendez?
I would need to see a copy of my consult in order to answer that question.
Could I approach you?
I did attend to Ms. Menendez, but I don't have a copy of my consult.
All right, you may approach.
Thank you. You can mark this. exhibit number 336, shows some medical records from Westlake Community Hospital.
Yes, this is the event in which I met Ms. Menendez.
And exhibit number 336 are the hospital records from Westlake Community Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes,
And showing you exhibit number 337, are those some notes from your office which relate to follow-up visits which you had
with Mrs. Menendez?
yes, they are.
And when she was admitted to Westlake Community Hospital on November 8th, what was the admitting diagnosis according to the first page of those medical records?
Acute Xanax and alcohol ingestion, depression.
And did the medical records, were those records reviewed by you before you saw Mrs. Menendez?
I generally review everything before I interview a patient.
And where was she when you actually saw her?
She was in the intensive care unit of the hospital.
And was she alone or with someone else? I don't mean
I do not recall whether her husband was there when I walked in. I do recall while I was in the intensive care unit, I do recall his being present some of the time, and but whether he was present when I walked in or before I saw her, I don't remember.
And you were called in to do a psychiatric consultation with her after she had been admitted for this
That is correct.
Xanax.
That is correct.
And did you write in the medical records your own observations and impressions and diagnosis?
That is correct.
Could you tell a jury what you wrote if you can read that portion of the records?
Shall I read
Yes. if you
what I
could.
wrote?
And then I'm going to ask you some questions about what you wrote.
Yes. Psychiatric consultation noon, 11/8/87. This 43-year-old female has a greater than 1 year history of dysthymic disorder and panic attacks for which she is being treated with imipramine 50 milligrams 3 times a day and Xanax 1 milligram 3 times a day and 1 milligram at bedtime. She took an excessive amount, 6, of Xanax, and again another 6, was not suicidal. She is alert, oriented, and cognitively intact. She is not self-harmful, and there is no reason to keep her in the hospital. She is having breakthrough anxiety due to low tricyclic antidepressant level. Impression on axis 1, dysthymic disorder. On axis 1, panic disorder. Axis 2, suspect personality disorder. Suggest she should try Cinequan or amitriptyline, and the Xanax dose should be tapered, or switch her to Klonopin, which has a longer half-life.
All right. Your diagnostic impressions were, first of all, how do you say that word?
Dysthymic.
Thank you. What is that disorder?
That's a phenomenologically, or using a description of behavior, which is the entire diagnostic system on which psychiatry and psychology are based. Dysthymic disorder is considered a moderate level of depression.
And you also had an impression of panic disorder.
Yes.
Which tell the jury what that is.
Panic disorder is an anxiety disorder in which a person has, for greater than 2 weeks, episodes of sudden onset of fear, a sense of impending doom, possibly a feeling that they might die, and symptoms such as tachycardia.
What is that?
Rapid pulse rate, rapid heartbeat, some gastrointestinal symptoms, basically the vegetative symptoms which are ordinarily controlled become or feel not out of control, so that one is not able possibly to sleep. One has rapid pulse intermittently. One feels that one is going to die, have a heart attack and die.
And you also had the impression or wrote suspect personality disorder. Could you tell the juries what a personality disorder is and why you suspected that?
My usage of that term at that time would be the same as my usage of it now. A personality trait disturbance or a personality disturbance in our nomenclature indicates a person's behavior is characteristically fixed and is in a long-standing way either excessively odd, excessively angry, or excessively fear-ridden. So we have the odd, the angry, and the fearful. And we use the term personality trait disturbance or personality disorder, or I use it, to denote a person whose characteristic behaviors, and those behaviors obviously are a result of the way they think, their priorities, their emotional coping styles, their philosophy, etc. Their characteristic behaviors is rigid or fixed and does not change or adapt when the situation may require more rational approach to a circumstance that is different and therefore requires some sort of alternative behavior.
All right. And why in this particular case did you have an impression of a suspect personality disorder?
I was concerned about that because I noted when I took the history that Mrs. Menendez was trivializing her circumstance, her overdose, or it appeared to me that she was. I noted that during some of the time while I was there, while I was writing notes, while I was talking to the nurses, that she seemed quite frightened. There was an interaction between her and her husband, which resulted in both of them wanting her to leave as soon as possible. They did sign out against medical advice. There was a sense, in my opinion, that she was not being honest. And when I find that a person is making me feel that they're not candid and forthright, I have a concern about character disorder or personality disorder, and so I wrote it on the Axis 2.
And was there also an indication in the medical records that Mrs. Menendez was trying to sneak some pills above and beyond what was prescribed for her? On the
Yes. There is a note here on the emergency room form. Do not give patient her own medications, her own meds. Attempts to put more pills in mouth when I was not looking.
And that's a nurse's note?
That is a nurse's note. The time was, I believe it was like 1:37 a.m. in the morning, something like that.
All right. You also wrote in the notes that she is having breakthrough anxiety due to low tricyclic antidepressant level. What does that mean?
That was a supposition on my part. I had never met this person. My task there was to do a focused consultation, not to get the person's entire life. One cannot do that in a focused consultation. And my purpose was to make some sort of triage recommendation, triage decisions and recommendations. And actually, I did recommend to her and her husband that she be transferred to a psychiatric unit for several days for purpose of stabilization. The notice of my document about breakthrough was based on the notion that she might be one of these people who, if she had been prescribed more effective antidepressant medication, would not be having persistent panic attacks or anxiety attacks. That was, we know that people with panic disorder have much in common with more characteristically classically depressed people. And therefore, if we treat the person adequately with an antidepressant, some of patients with panic disorder do better, and their panic and anxiety diminishes or lyses. It terminates, it ends, it disappears.
Now, you said, doctor, that she checked out against medical advice. Is that correct?
Neither she nor he were willing to follow medical advice, and Dr. Masterson, his dictated workup here indicates, I believe, that she signed out against medical advice. Let me see if I can find it. I think we're missing a page, but I do recall that.
All right. And is there also an indication in the records that Mr. Menendez was demanding to see Dr. Masterson?
Objection, calls reversed.
Overall.
I will participate with you in a pursuit of that. Can you help me? Yes. Patient and husband angry about, I can't read that word, state, quote, "Who is this Dr. Masterson, ? He is not our physician. If there is a form I need to sign, give it to me, we're leaving," unquote. AMA form signed by patient and husband. Patient dressed and left ICU with husband.
So she did check out against medical advice with the participation of her husband.
That is correct.
Right. Now, did you continue to see Mrs. Menendez after the date of November 8th,
Yes,
1987?
She requested that I follow the medications which had been prescribed by a previous professional, and I did so for approximately, I think, about 8 months, 9 months.
When was the last time you saw her?
My last note here is 10/3/88.
And is it true that during the period from November of 87 to October of 88, you were prescribing medication for her?
That is correct.
And did the medication dosage increase over that period of time?
Yes.
And what was the medication you were prescribing for her?
I was giving her Xanax, or 0.5 milligram 3 times a day and 2 milligrams at bedtime in the beginning. So that would be 3.5 milligrams of Xanax a day, and tofranil or imipramine, 50 milligrams 4 times a day. And those were the 2 agents I believe that she had been using when I first saw her in the hospital. And then over the course of time, I increased the imipramine or tofranil, it's the same medicine, up to 300 milligrams and 375 milligrams a day in order to, again, try to achieve a therapeutic level of the imipramine, the antidepressant.
Could you indicate to the juries whether that's a high dosage that you ended up with, a medium, low dosage?
That's a much higher dosage than the average person requires, and yet I had a therapeutic level in the blood at that dosage. So it's not how much you take, it's how much you absorb.
And could you explain to the juries just in general what those drugs do when you take those drugs at those dosages, in terms of the effects that they have on a person?
They have different effects on different people. For me to go into a discourse about what these drugs do, in general, the imipramine raises two neurotransmitters, mainly in the central nervous system that have to do with mood, serotonin and norepinephrine. Has to do with mood, maintenance of mood. And the Xanax is a so-called minor tranquilizer, which is an inhibitory medicine and inhibits and diminishes the fight-flight response, the emergency fight-flight response that is at the basis of anxiety.
And are there any side effects to those drugs?
They may be.
Such as?
If they're excessively prescribed, or first of all, if one has some idiosyncratic or unusual side effect, one could have an allergy to the medications, be unable to take them. One can become increasingly violent as a result of benzodiazepine usage, increasingly labile. One can have
What does that mean, labile?
shifting, an incontinence of mood. Just like you can be incontinent of urine, you can be incontinent of mood. So you get lability here, up and down. There can be a whole host of side effects. You can become groggy. You can be excessively sedated, tunted on either of these medications.
Doctor, you saw Mrs. Menendez from November of 87 to October of 88. And during that time period, could you just in general indicate how long the sessions were when you saw her and just the regularity of the visits?
My notes would show that I saw her on 11/11/87, again a week later, 11/20/87, in December, twice, in January, twice, February, and then March, and then not again until October of 88.
And during those sessions, were you attempting to find out the source of Mrs. Menendez's problems?
I was not functioning as a therapist. I was functioning as a psychiatrist, and I was just doing the medical aspect of her treatment. I met with her approximately 15 to 20 minutes each time. And that was after an initial hour meeting with her on 11/11/87, and that was after an hour with her, or maybe longer, hour and 20 minutes, hour and 30 minutes in the intensive care unit the first time. What struck me about this person was that she seemed inordinately more distressed than many people I usually see with these diagnoses. I could never understand her level of professed distress. Most people with it.
This time, there's no question.
All right, your next question.
Doctor, the diagnosis which you originally gave, that is the panic disorder, suspect personality disorder, those were and the the other disorder, which I cannot pronounce, those were your initial impressions in this instance, correct?
Along with suspect some character trait or character pathology, yes.
All right. And did your impressions change over time as you continued to see Mrs. Menendez?
No.
And could you tell the juries why you maintained the diagnostic impressions which you originally had when you first saw her?
The question is vague as to what you mean by why.
You explain to the juries why you formed and maintained the diagnostic impressions which you did form.
We've already said why he formed the initial impressions. Are you asking, did anything occur that caused him to change those initial
I'm
impressions?
asking why, let me rephrase the question. Doctor, by the end of your consultation with Mrs. Menendez in November of 1988, you held the same opinions as to her diagnosis as you did when you first saw her, correct?
Yes, I did.
And could you explain why you maintain the same diagnosis after seeing her for the period of time that you saw her?
You understand the question?
I don't know what I'm now supposed to do.
Okay, then you'll have to ask a different question.
Well, are you, doctor, when you say you don't know what you're supposed to do you understand the question?
I can answer your question, but I'm hearing that I shouldn't answer your question.
No, I asked you a question. The question was, do you understand the question?
Yes.
Okay.
You can answer.
Thank you. Don't want to do the thing I'm not supposed to. I queried Mrs. Menendez on each occasion about why she seemed to be in persistent distress. And I never received an answer that made me able to explain her level of distress. I remember on one occasion talking to her therapist, who also could not give me any explanation. And again, it was my opinion that here was a woman who apparently had some kind of marital problem, or which I thought that was the difficulty, but was unable to extricate herself from it, and unable to shift and do what apparently needed to be done in order for her to improve her circumstance. And her lack of ability to make appropriate alterations with the 1+ history that I had prior to her coming to me, and this was her own admission, and then the additional time she spent with my medicating her, that is the reason why I would still aver that I suspected personality trait or personality disorder.
Can I have one moment? Did Mrs. Menendez also have an inability to discuss with you the nature of her problems?
Yes.
Did she appear to you to be secretive during the time that you consulted with her?
Objection, improper opinion within the foundation.
Sustained, the answer is stricken.
Was Mrs. Menendez forthcoming with the details concerning the nature of her problem when you consulted with her?
No,
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
Right, the answer no will stand.
And did you make attempts to draw her out as to the nature of her problems?
yes,
Is that what you do as a psychiatrist?
sometimes.
And doctor, are you familiar with a drug called Prozac?
Yes.
Could you tell the juries what that drug does? Just in general, as an
Prozac is a
antidepressant.
selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, or called SSRI as an acronym. It therefore raises the serotonin in the interneural synaptic cleft, or the space between neurons. It raises the serotonin.
What
Therefore,
is its purpose? Just generally, what does it do?
it's an antidepressant.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, cross-examination.
Dr. Emory, then the first time you saw Mrs. Menendez, you took a history from her that took you about an hour and 20 minutes, I think was your testimony. Is that correct?
I'm sure I was there between an hour and hour and 20 minutes. I'm not sure exactly how long. Usually those consultations require that.
All right, and that was in an emergency room setting, is that correct?
No,
Well, it was shortly after she'd been admitted to the emergency
it
room.
was in the ICU, intensive care unit.
And then I believe you indicated that you saw her again on the 11th of November of 1987 for approximately 1 hour. Is that correct? And I think you might need to refer to your notes of her patient visits.
I don't remember the amount of time precisely, but generally when a patient comes in to my office for the first time, I generally see them for approximately an hour's time.
I believe you indicated that after that first session on the 11th of November, you saw her again on November the 20th of 87, 2 times in December of 87, 2 times in January of 88, I believe, but I'm not sure that you indicated 1 time in February,
Yes,
1 time in March,
yes,
and 1 time in October of 88.
yes,
And so those particular sessions after the first one were for a period of time of about 15 minutes. Is that correct?
correct.
And you were not there to provide her therapy, were you? You were there to monitor and maintain her dosage of medication in conjunction with psychological therapy she was receiving from Dr. Summerfield, correct?
Correct.
And so you would have seen her, aside from the first 2 times that you ever saw her, approximately 8 times for 15 minutes, correct?
Approximately.
Now, do you remember being interviewed by a defense investigator in this case regarding your impressions of Mrs. Menendez? A defense investigator named Cynthia Erdely?
Yes,
And did you indicate to Ms. Erdely that Kitty was not truly a mentally ill person, such as psychotic or neurotic, but she was anguished? Does that sound familiar? Does that sound like something you said about Mrs. Menendez?
I think I've been misquoted.
All right, may I approach, please, and show him the report?
Yes.
Should I? Dr. Emory, the pain portion of the presentation. Well, do you remember, you don't remember
No.
saying anything of this sort?
I remember the phone interview, but this is not an accurate representation of what I said.
Now, did you find that Mrs. Menendez was in fact mentally ill?
That is too non-specific a term. I don't know what it means.
All right, well, I don't either. So did you diagnose her as being psychotic?
No,
Did you diagnose her as being having a multiple personality disorder or anything of that
no.
sort?
She had 2 types of phenomena, in my opinion.
And those are the phenomena you've already described for Mr. Bird on your direct examination, correct?
Yes, a 1 level is a neurotic level of dysfunction, which is the dysthymic disorder and the panic disorder. The second was my concern and my suspicion that there was a personality trait or personality disorder.
Now, I believe you indicated that over a period of time that you saw her, that you prescribed Xanax for her. Is that correct?
Yes,
And Xanax is is that an antidepressant, or is that what is Xanax specifically?
it's a GABA-aminobutyric acid inhibitor.
Okay,
So it functions as an anxiolytic. It's an anti-anxiety medicine.
What's the smallest dosage of Xanax that a person can take?
The present nomenclature, the present denomination is 0.25 milligram.
And that is the smallest dosage?
Yes,
All right. And do people build up a tolerance to Xanax?
Those for whom it is appropriately indicated, generally not.
Is Xanax the type of drug that one can cease taking without being weaned off of it?
No.
Okay, and when someone is weaned off of Xanax, in what dosages is one weaned off of it?
One should generally be very slow in weaning a person from any kind of benzodiazepine such as Xanax. You should let yourself take about a fourth of the time that the person was on it in order to wean them off of it.
Now, when you interviewed Mrs. Menendez on the 7th of November of 1987, did you consult with her treating psychologist before rendering your diagnosis of her?
No.
Okay, so this was just all done from your observations of her and your questions of her in that hour to hour and 20 minutes first impression, correct?
Yes.
And do you have any idea of what kind of drugs, if any, Mrs. Menendez was taking on August the 20th of 1989? The day that she died?
No.
And you hadn't seen her since October of 1988, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so you have no idea of what, if any, kind of medication she was on during the whole year of 1989, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, I have nothing further.
Anything else?
Dr. Emory, you did not consult with Dr. Summerfield before you wrote your initial impressions. At some point in time, did you consult with him?
Yes, there was a phone call that I either made to him or he made to me, and I do not remember which of those two, but there was a phone call in which we discussed her.
And did you specifically discuss Kitty Menendez's secretiveness in terms of her not being able to explain her problems to you or to Dr. Summerfield?
Objection, calls for hearsay beyond the scope of cross.
Sustained.
This is for the non-hearsay purpose of supporting his diagnosis.
Objection sustained. It's beyond the scope.
Doctor, you said that Kitty Menendez was not psychotic, correct?
Correct.
Is it true that truly mentally ill people, that is, psychotics, don't know why they feel the way that they do?
Objection
They can't explain it?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Was Kitty Menendez able to explain to you why she felt the way that she did?
Objection beyond the scope.
Overall.
You can answer.
She gave me her explanations to the best of her ability, but I was not able to comprehend because they were couched in physical complaint terms without sufficient data relevant to her life. So I never felt that I really had obtained the information necessary to really understand her. And that I would say someone is, if you want to use the word secretive, or the information just wasn't there. You could probably use other adjectives to explain how one felt. When you're not getting the information that you're seeking, there could be various reasons for it. The woman never was able to articulate, other than there was some problem with her husband. I'm certain that I asked specific questions. I tried to get her to give me more data, but I never got it.
Thank you very much, Doctor. That's all I have.
All right, anything else?
I think we
All right, thank you. You may step down. You're excused. Your next witness?
Recall Ms. Smith.
Judalon Smyth.
All right, I'll remind you that you're still under oath. You may continue your direct examination.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. When we were speaking yesterday or last Friday, I think it was, we were talking about a meeting you had with Dr. Oziel on November 2nd, where you were in his office. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I believe you testified that he had stayed at your house the night of November 1st. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the next day, November 2nd, did Dr. Oziel indicate to you that he had a session with Lyle and Eric Menendez?
Yes.
Did he indicate to you that he wanted you at that session?
Yes.
He testified in front of these juries that he advised you not to come and you insisted on coming against his advice. Is that true testimony?
Objection, leading and suggestion.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Did Dr. Oziel ever instruct you that he did not want you to attend a session or be in the office while he was having a session with Lyle and Eric Menendez on November 2nd?
No.
In fact, did he instruct you just the opposite,
Correct.
that he did want you there?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What did he indicate to you about whether you should be there or not?
He wanted me there and in fact drove me there
Did he indicate why he wanted you there?
for the same purpose he wanted me there on October 31st,
Which was what?
to be able to call the police or an ambulance if anything happened to him.
And what time was it approximately when he drove you to his office for purposes of being in the office while this session was conducted?
I believe their appointment was at 4. And we drove over to his office around 3. And then we went to like Neiman's and those stores on Wilshire. And then about 3:30, he walked back to the office and he told me, well, no, it was about 3:45. He walked back to the office and he told me to wait until about 10 minutes after 4 before I came because he didn't want them to see me be there before they were there.
And then he left you and went back to his office?
Correct.
And what did you do in the meantime?
I went shopping and bought some clothes.
And you, in fact, have credit card receipts indicating what exactly you bought and where you bought it that day?
Correct.
Where was it that you went?
The Limited.
And before you went there, Dr. Oziel was shopping with you?
Correct.
Did he seem fearful during the period of time that you two were shopping before he went to have the sessions with the brothers on November 2nd?
He didn't seem any different than normal.
Was he looking over his shoulder to see if anybody was following him?
No.
Did he indicate to you anything about the Menendez brothers as you two were shopping?
I don't recall what was said.
Did he indicate to you anything in regard to what his intentions were in respect to the session he was going to have with the brothers?
Well, from the night of October 31st up to this point, he kept making a big issue about needing to get control of them.
Did he say how he wanted to get control of them?
Well, he wanted me to bug his office so that he could tape record them without them knowing it. But I told him that's not what I know how to do.
And when did he first make that suggestion to you, that he wanted you to bug his office?
The night of October 31st?
Did you know how to bug an office?
No.
Did you have some equipment in your business that allowed you to bug offices?
No.
Did he think you did?
Sustained.
Your business at that time was tape duplication.
Correct.
And had you done work for governmental agencies up to that time,
Correct.
including the FBI,
Correct.
the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office?
The U.S. Attorney's Office.
And he suggested to you that he wanted you to bug his office for the session with the boys? with the Menendez brothers?
Correct.
And what was your reply to that?
That I don't know how to do that. And then he said, well, he would have to figure out a way to get them to agree to make a tape recording.
Did he say why he wanted a tape recording made?
For our protection.
Did he also mention, you said something about control? He wanted to get control. When did he make that statement?
He made that statement many times from October 31st on.
And did he say why he wanted control?
I don't recall if he was giving a reason. He was just saying that he had to get control of them.
And on November 2nd, did he indicate to you anything about tape recording the session on that date?
He wasn't going to, I mean, he was going to start working on them to make them agreeable to making a tape.
Did he say how he was going to work on them to do that?
No.
And had he ever worked on you to get you to do something that you didn't want to do up to that point in time?
Projection irrelevant.
Sustained.
When you got done shopping, did you go back to Dr. Oziel's office?
Yes.
And approximately what time was it when you arrived in the office?
Probably about 4:20, 4:30.
And when you arrived, was anyone in the office?
In the waiting room?
Yes.
No.
So what did you do at that point?
I sat down in the waiting room and waited.
And explain what happened next.
After a little while, I believe it was Dr. Munjak and a Dr. Phillips left. And then after they had left and no one else was in the offices, then I went to check to see if their offices were open or not.
And were they open?
The office that normally, I think the office that normally that Laurel would use was open.
Laurel Oziel, Dr. Oziel's wife.
Correct.
And did you go into Mrs. Oziel's office?
I just don't really recall all the times from November 2nd up to December 11th kind of got squished together.
All right. Well, let me ask you in general, did you overhear any First of all, did you see the Menendez brothers at all that day? Visually see them anywhere?
Yes.
When did you see them?
When they left,
And were you in the waiting room when you saw them?
yes.
Before they left, did you hear either Eric or Lyle Menendez make any statements?
I believe that I picked up bits and pieces of things whenever I would go in to check this, to kind of like hear how things were going.
And could you hear any yelling? On November 2nd.
I don't believe so.
What were the bits and pieces you were able to pick up?
me to think of them.
Let me ask you
Just a
this.
minute.
After the October 31st session, did Dr. Oziel tell you word for word what had been said to him in the session that he had with Lyle and Eric Menendez?
After the October 31st?
Yes.
Yes,
In other words, while you were in the office with him after the brothers had left, did he tell you what he claimed the brothers had said?
yes.
And was that a detailed discussion where he was telling you everything, or was he just summarizing?
No, he told me everything, and he went over and over and over it for several days. I mean, he just would talk about that.
All right. And up to the point when you were there on November 2nd, had he gone over it and over it and over it several times
Correct,
as to the details of what he claimed to have heard?
correct.
And did you hear anything yourself on November 2nd that you can now say, I overheard either one of the brothers say anything, as opposed to what Dr. Oziel told you he said he overheard
At that point. you
on
said-
November 2nd?
Well, let's establish whether Dr. Oziel told her anything after November 2nd. You've covered the October 31st session.
Did Dr. Oziel continue to tell details of what had been said to him by the Menendez brothers after November 2nd?
Yes,
And up to the point of November 2nd? And at any point in time before or after that, can you tell, without telling us what Dr. Oziel said to you, what you personally heard on November 2nd?
the meetings from November 2nd through this, up until December 11th are all pushed together. So I don't really know how to say what was on November 2nd and what was on another date, because there was several times.
Are you able to distinguish in your own mind things that you overheard and things that Dr. Oziel told you at any point in time?
Sometimes,
And can you tell me anything that you personally overheard on November 2nd?
in the session,
Yes.
I just don't know how to attach them to the date.
After you saw Lyle and Eric Menendez on November 2nd, did they leave? When they came out of Dr. Oziel's office?
Yes.
Was there any conversation in your presence?
Yes.
And what was the conversation?
All three of them were laughing and talking about Hawaii. And Oziel turned to me and said, do you have any recommendations of, where to stay in Hawaii? These lucky guys are, going to Hawaii. And I just was like, no. And so it was just conversation about them going to Hawaii.
And did Dr. Oziel seem fearful at that point in time when he was having this conversation?
No, they were all three of them very friendly.
And after the brothers left, did Dr. Oziel say anything to you about whether or not he had the brothers under control?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said that he felt that he was getting control of them.
Did he indicate he would have to do anything further to get further control of them?
Yes, he still wanted to get the tape.
And did he discuss with you how he was going to go about doing that?
He said that he was telling them that the tape would be for their benefit, that if they ever got caught, that he would be their only ally, that he would be the only person who could get them off, and that they would need to have this tape recording in order to prove to a jury that, that they were remorseful or whatever. And so he was he was telling them that they needed to make this tape for their benefit. And to me, he was telling me that we needed to have them make this tape and
everything after 2 years in speculation.
Once you establish these were the words expressed.
Yes. You just indicated to us what Oziel said he was telling the boys. Did he also make a statement to you about what his true intentions were?
Yes,
What did he say?
that he needed to get them to say incriminating things on tape so that we would have the tape to protect us.
And did he specify what he meant by protect you?
Because he was then gonna, well, he told them this on November 2nd, that he had notes and tape recordings that were with all his lawyers, and that if anything happened to him suspiciously, if he died or something, that those records would be released.
Now, not on November 2nd, but later on in November, did he also tell you that a tape could be of use to him in working out a certain problem that he had with his wife and you in terms of your relationship?
Well, I'm not sure if this directly relates about the tape, but he said that this was a blessing. That,
What was a blessing?
Lyle and Eric killing their parents and coming to him, because now it placed, he could use this to tell Laurel's family and his family that it was for her safety that they were getting a divorce.
And that was a discussion you had with him in November?
Correct.
Had you two discussed him getting a divorce?
He had told me within the first few phone calls that he was actually living separately and in the middle of a divorce.
And do you remember being at your house on November 25th when he called you up at a point in time when you were watching a movie?
Yes.
And do you remember on November 25th in a conversation, first of all, you recorded two conversations which took place on the 25th?
Yes.
And do you remember that you had a conversation with Dr. Oziel at a point in time when you were watching a movie called Grapes of Wrath? And he said to you, anyway, this was nighttime, so I'll let you watch Grapes of Wrath, and I'll talk to you a little later, and then tomorrow I'll see you, and Sunday I'll see you, and Monday I'll see you, and we'll get married on Tuesday, so that's it. And you replied, you're teasing me. And he replied, well, it would be nice if we could. I was supposed to have a talk with Laurel tonight, actually, about just what to do and how to divide things up and what to do. So I'll talk to you in a bit. She's just walking in now. And you said, okay. And he said, talk to you later. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
And that's a conversation which you recorded on your answering machine, correct?
Correct.
And then that same evening, he called you back to follow up on his conversation that he had with his wife about getting a divorce, correct?
Correct.
I have a tape I'd like more as defendants next.
Yes.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cunol turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Cunol? It has superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
All right, we'll take a recess and give the lawyers a chance to confer about some matters among themselves. We'll resume at 1:45, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone will resume at 1:45.
Your Honor, in light of Mr. failure of recollection of specifics of what we heard on November the 2nd, I would ask the court for the prior reported testimony this week, which occurred in front of Judge Albrecht. I think that would be the best way of establishing the facts that people know that she referred to, especially in an affidavit that we have. So we're going to be asking for that either now or at the conclusion of the testimony.
You're asking for us to review the testimony before Judge Albrecht, is that it?
That's correct.
All right, the matter has previously been discussed. Is there anything further you wanted to add?
No, I think we made our arguments to the court in writing, and we're
Okay,
prepared to submit that issue.
All right, prior to the completion of her testimony, I will again review that testimony before Judge Albrecht and make a determination as to whether it's something that must be disclosed to the prosecution for a full and complete hearing in this matter. So I will do that prior to her testimony being completed. Because since I don't know everything she's going to say until she says it, it's hard for me to review that material to make a determination independent of the arguments already made by the parties as to why the transcript should be made available to the prosecution. All right, we'll be in recess until council have a chance to continue discussing the use of the various tape recordings and or transcripts that the defense will be using during further examination of the witness.
Could I inquire about the note that we received? I'm concerned, given the state of health that was revealed in that note.
Well, there's this juror who has some flu-type symptoms and wants to see a doctor today. And we have another juror on the blue jury who has requested to be released today at 3 o'clock to go to a doctor too. So perhaps we can work it out so that both can go at the same time. But obviously, we're going to see if the juror can hold out and have the bailiff confer with the juror on that.
Is it the other Emerson who wants to go?
No, someone else. Okay, we'll be in recess until council can confer.
One of the tapes, this is one of the December tapes where he says, "I represent reality. I represent love and acceptance for you as a person, but clear displeasure when things you do are not really reasonable and are not thoughtful and not sensitive and not kind and not sharing and not giving, but not a rejection of you as a person, not someone who says you're a horrible, terrible human being, and not someone who doesn't stand by your side and someone who says you're not fit to be with, and not someone who says you're horrible, awful human being and you're terrible and you should be murdered and whatever." And then he goes on in this long declarative statement to tell Miss Smith and then about her family. And then he said, he's talking about her mother in the same conversation. And he says, "Your mother is the witch with the poison apple in your life. And I'm going to be very serious. That's the person you're afraid is always going to kill you and why you can't eat apples. The reason you can't eat an apple is not because of what that old woman or whoever that person was. It's not why you still can't eat an apple. It's because you're still waiting for your mother who's still alive to poison you." And there are other passages in these same tapes. And it's a theory of the defense that it's this kind of suggestion and these types of theories, which are very similar to what ends up on the December 11th tape in terms of this putting the mother out of her misery that's on the tapes. And those are Oziel fabrications, and that these tapes support that it was part of his method to suggest these types of theories to people that he was consulting with.
And I suppose you're in a position to prove that whatever he said was untrue on that tape.
Yeah, she would testify that her mother is not a witch and she wasn't trying to poison her.
And we could perhaps have some testimony about the witness's relationship with her mother.
No, I don't think so, Your Honor. I think the tape speaks for itself. I think the theory on its face is ridiculous, and I don't think it involves litigation outside the tape itself. I don't think that the people are going to make an issue of that or question Judalon Smyth along the lines of, isn't it true that your mother in fact was a witch? I think that's a hypothetical that isn't facing the court in this situation.
Okay, or that she ever described her mother in that fashion to Dr. Oziel or any of that nature that whatever she might have told Dr. Oziel that caused him to form any opinions about their relationship that would never come out.
I can't imagine that that would be a theory of cross-examination, but if it was, I don't think that that would involve an undue consumption of time.
All right, the court, having heard this offer of proof, finds that the probative value is virtually non-existent from the offer made here, and that it would consume an undue amount of time, confuse issues, and be unduly prejudicial.
So we would ask the court to for permission to mark the tape so that they're on the record.
Well, bear in mind, I haven't heard it. I've heard your offer of proof, and that's all that's before me.
Well, I'm trying to expedite it, but I'm asking the court to listen to the tape as part of our offer of proof. I've summarized in a few sentences what the highlights of that particular tape are, but I'd like at the appropriate time to have the court, before this witness is dismissed, to have been in a position to have listened to the tape and said that it has no or little probative value. That's the court's ruling.
Be certainly happy to permit you to expand your offer of proof, and by offering the tape as something for the court to listen to. And when we get to a break, I'll be glad to listen to it if you provide me with the tape and the recorder.
All right.
Is that exhibit 338 now?
I don't know. It wouldn't be 338 because we've already had a tape. Well, that was a tape that you were marking at the break. Was 338? Was that the one that you're
338, I
referring
believe
to?
there's no objection to. Is that correct?
What is the date of the tape of 338?
338 is a tape that was made on November 25th, 1989, and it contains the statement by Dr. Oziel asking Smith to call up his wife and disguise her voice as Eric Menendez and threaten to kill her.
Okay, that was a tape that was discussed in the subject of cross-examination of Dr. Oziel at the time he was on a witness stand.
Correct, Your Honor. And we had marked as exhibit number 119 a partial portion of that tape.
Right.
We now have the complete tape.
Okay. And then the tape that you wanted to have the court listen to, which was an expansion on your offer of proof, that was which?
We haven't had that marked.
39 then. Do you have that? You can give it to the
I do,
clerk.
and Your Honor, instead of marking that as an exhibit, I think what I'd like to do is provide the court with a transcript to be marked at a later time. If we could do that, I think that would expedite it.
All right, then you want to mark the transcript now? Or you don't have it with you? Or
I have it, but what I'd like to do is organize the ones that the court, we need to make an offer of proof, and I think I could do that more efficiently over the lunch hour.
Okay, sure. Okay. So we will not mark 339 at this point. It could be superseded by some other exhibit. Anything else now before we resume?
Well, Your Honor, there's two more things. One is the December 89 tape where, again, Mr. Burt's theory is that this shows Dr. Lee's analysis of the family relationship between Judalon Smyth and her parents or her mother, and would be the same objection as the one before. I think Mr. Burt might want to make an offer of proof. And then the last one is a portion of the tape from March the 8th of 90 that Mr. Burt showed me in a transcript after the brief report. Now, our objection is that it's totally irrelevant and pretty much meaningless because if you just read the words or listen to the words, there's no content conveyed. So those are our last two objections.
Well, I assume the other tape of December 89 that you referred to is something that Mr. Burt will provide the court in transcript form. I assume that's what he's referring to.
Yes, I will do that.
All right.
And then as to March the 8th, Mr. Burt, do you have the portion of the transcript that you showed to me so the judge can read?
Yes, it's a 20-page transcript. I can provide that to the court right now if the court would like to review it, or we could do it at a later time. It's along the same lines as the tape we just discussed.
Okay, perhaps we can just put them all together at the same time and I'll
That's
review them
fine.
all at once. We do have more information regarding the one juror who has indicated that she is ill today and she would like to leave at approximately 2 o'clock to attend to a medical appointment. We had another juror who wanted to leave at 3 o'clock to go to a medical appointment. It's unfortunate that we have unfortunate for the jurors as well when they get sick, and it's nothing we can really do about it. Had we in the past excused each juror who had to be sick for half a day or whatever, have to go to a medical appointment, we would not have any alternate jurors left, and we'd probably have eaten into the 12 on each panel. We would have. That's why we have the alternate jurors, and that's why we try to accommodate these minor deviations in our schedule so that we can maintain a substantial number of alternate jurors until we get to the end of the case. And when we really need them, I don't know if we're at that point yet where I want to start excusing people for a half a day. If we can deal with it by doing other things during the time that juror is absent. It's unclear as to whether or not if she goes to the doctor that would clear everything up. It might be that she would be unavailable tomorrow. I don't know.
Your Honor, could we work perhaps into the lunch hour and then?
Yeah, I'm thinking of just doing that so that we can get more time. It still might not be sufficient to complete this witness's testimony. I don't know how long it is,
I don't
but
think so.
I certainly encourage counsel to focus on the relevant issues in the case rather than some of the collateral matters that might otherwise be the focus of your examination. Are you ready then to proceed with the witness?
Yes.
Okay, let's get the juries in and we'll proceed.
Ms. Smith, Dr. Oziel had testified that after a couple of months in your relationship, you had developed a fixation on him and that he was trying to get away from you. Do you recall that testimony?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
After several months of your relationship with Dr. Oziel, did you develop a fixation on him?
No.
And after several months of your relationship, was there a situation where you were constantly harassing and trying to contact Dr. Oziel, and he in turn was trying to get away from you?
Not at all. It was the opposite.
And was there a period of time in November where there was a mutual, how should I put it, relationship going on at that time, where you were both expressing feelings of love and affection toward each other?
In November?
Yes.
In November, I was slipping into something called the Stockholm Syndrome.
Were you in November, did you feel that you were in love with him?
More in December.
Right. And
In November, he became my lifeline. After the confessions, he became my lifeline. If I didn't please him and if he didn't love me, then I was going to end up dead.
And why did you think you were going to end up dead?
Because he told me.
And did he say how you were going to end up dead?
Yes, he said that he would call Lyle and Eric and tell them that I had been outside the door and that I knew and that I was wanting to go to the police and that they would kill me.
And was his telling you that tied in with his statements to you that he wanted to maintain a romantic relationship with you?
Yes.
Did you respond to that? In other words, were you in any way receptive to his statements?
I don't quite understand what you mean by that.
Well, were you expressing to him in November or even afterwards some feeling of affection toward him?
Oh, yes. I had to make him feel and believe that I loved and adored him. If I didn't, then there was no use for me to be alive as far as he was concerned.
For instance, there were some cards marked in evidence in your handwriting where you are expressing feelings of love and affection for Dr. Oziel. Are you familiar with those cards?
Yes.
And those are written over a period of time, were they not?
Yes.
Right. Now, the tape recorded statements that Dr. Oziel made on your answering machine, when you went to the police in March of 1990, did you make Detective Zoller aware of the fact that you had tape recorded messages with Dr. Oziel's voice on it?
Yes, I did.
And did you in fact provide copies of all the tape recorded statements that you had from Dr. Oziel to the Beverly Hills Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And after you did that, or at about the same time that you did that, did the Beverly Hills Police Department encourage you to continue to tape telephone conversations with Dr. Oziel?
Yes.
And did they in fact provide you with some equipment to do that?
Yes, they did.
And as far as you know, you provided all the tape recorded statements that you had with Dr. Oziel's voice on it in March of 1990, correct?
Correct.
Now, I think before the break, you were testifying about a series of conversations you had with Dr. Oziel on November 25th when you were home watching a movie. Do you
Yes.
remember that? And do you remember that he called you while you were watching the movie and said he'd call you back later because he had to have a talk with his wife?
Yes.
And did he, in fact, call you back later on the night of November 25th after the movie was over?
Yes.
And did you have a conversation with him, which was tape recorded, concerning the problem he was having with his wife and the divorce and other topics?
Yes.
And I want you to listen to what I've had marked as Exhibit 338, which is a section where
Make it louder. Let it amplify.
Just have to get something up for money. You just go to intelligence or else. She's sitting right over there. I was anyway. I don't want a button and broken. But I'm ashamed of faces. Just tell Jim hello. Just tell Jim hello. Just tell Jim and she'll know. English Christmas songs, you know that? I like the Christmas I'm going to tell you a couple of things. One other thing. Something I was thinking of. What was I thinking of? Something. Something was in the paper. Somebody was advertising. Turkeys has way cheaper than you can buy it if you ever need any. They have polarized DHS tape. Polarized DHS tape. It's just standard, 246 T122. Right? Oh. Ready? 246 hours, right? Okay. 259. Cheaper than I would have. That's what it says. No limit. And Leo's had the 279 for Sony. No limit. So you should buy some if you're the seller. Or use it. Because it's cheaper than you can buy it. That's true. You walk in the city and buy it. You can buy it. No, that's good. I would see you can buy it. But I first told you when you do videos because he gave us feedback that get a cheaper replacement. I would do it. So we'll buy hundreds of thousands of cookies. That's gone down in price. Because you use so much of it. Anyway, well, I was trying to think of what to get you for Christmas, because there's so many things I can get you that you don't have. I just don't really know what you really want. And I'd like to get you a really neat new stereo with stereo sound and all that you're into movies. I can do that. Or I can get you, you don't have a really good stereo system, which you should have. I can get you hundreds of things. What do you ever want? Okay, I'll get you anything. Everything. What do you want, Brandon? I don't know what you want. You can't have any clothes to do another your sadness or anything. You don't be giving your sadness. Did you learn it like that? I do not. I don't think your sadness in top. I don't think your sadness in bottom. I don't think your sadness in pants. I don't think your dress size. I don't know anything. I like a fat. You're not that fixing everything. That's where you're going to dress. Where are you going to top? Where are you going to bottom? Top.
Okay, Mr. Burt, why don't you turn it off?
But you can't be small or you get one right, one's wrong.
All right, do you have Exhibit 119?
Can we put you in?
Yes.
I don't know. I'm basically small. Yeah, I know. They're trying to get inside you. Pretty small. I think they were fast there. That's a nice fit. You are a nice fit. Yeah, you're a nice fit. Stay perfect fit. Stay perfect fit. Yeah. Just goes right around and just like a little cross. I know. Good for each other. So good. Way too. Wonderful. But the thing is, tomorrow is the reason that half the day is supposed to be screwed up tomorrow is that there's 2 weddings coming up with 2 patients who were treated for a combined total of 2 years. And we're supposed to buy wedding presents for the patients. And then it's a Hanukkah gift, Christmas time. So I was going to take some morning to that because I said, some of that was there. And then we're talking about what to do. So we're figuring out moving things and we're trying to figure out what to do in terms of houses and money and splitting up with attorneys and all that. Right? And I told her buying course that she was too impressed. She thought, no. I told the city she don't believe me. She said, no, course that is my city. Yes, it is too. And Arizona was by California. Cerca de la frontera.
So how's the discussion going?
She's not a little wild about it.
Well, she'll never be wild about it, and I'm sorry for her. But
You're ruthless.
no, this decision has nothing to do with me.
You pressure me every single minute of every single hour. You're so funny. There's nothing to do with you.
You decided it before you knew me.
Yeah, but I didn't decide to do it like 7 months early because you couldn't stand to be one day without me.
Well, but also it's for my own safety.
You're right. It's because you want to move in. You're so funny.
Well, yeah, I don't need safety.
I don't need safety. It's so funny. Yeah. She's not really wild about any of this. To put it mildly.
But it's for her own safety.
Yeah, well, she doesn't seem to need any more safety than you do, according to her.
I know, but you made this decision long before I came along.
Well, she's waiting for the 8 months to go by. She doesn't think she needs any more safety either. She feels these guys are not a danger anymore at all.
Well, I don't agree with that.
Well, I think you should call up and you should use one of your disguise voices. Hello, Laurel. This is Eric. You're in trouble. I'm going to kill you. Help me.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that, I don't think that you're, they're nuts.
Gee, took you a long time to get to that. That was pretty straightforward.
They're crazy.
It's true. She's sitting right over there. I know that face anyway. I'd look up and embrace her, but I'm ashamed to face it. Just tell her Jim said hello.
Even now since she told her own family, isn't her own family encouraging her?
No.
I thought they were.
No, not anymore. Anyway, well, let me get off and see what I can accomplish here.
Okay. So what time are you thinking about tomorrow?
Well, like maybe about 1.
Okay.
Because you got some stuff to do anyway.
Okay.
Don't you?
Yeah.
Don't you have things you need to do?
Yeah.
How about if I call you early in the morning and get you up?
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out tonight what to do. We're still arguing about this stuff, not arguing like negatively, but just dealing with what to do. I have to get her to cancel 2 things for Sunday she plans, otherwise I wouldn't go. So we have to figure out what to do with this planning stuff. And we gotta talk about your family. And the next week your dad will be here. Isn't it?
Yeah, but that's okay. I mean, my dad can.
No, I don't mean that, but next week he's gonna be here when?
He's coming the 30th.
Which is what time, what day?
I think it's Thursday.
Is it next Thursday?
It's either Thursday or Friday, something like that.
Well, today is the 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, so yeah, Thursday. What time is he coming?
I don't know. I have to look.
Well, look.
I think
Smith, the last portion of that tape, where Dr. Oziel says, well, today is the 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th. Is that date the tape for you as November 25th,
Yes.
1989? In fact, did your father arrive here on November 30th, 1989?
Yes, he did.
Now, did Dr. Oziel sound frightened on that tape to you?
Objection calls for people who know part of the.
Had you ever heard Dr. Oziel when he was frightened?
No, he always was the same.
And was there anything unusual about the way his voice was on that tape from when it was when he was normally talking to you about things other than the Menendez brothers?
No?
On the tape at one point, he indicates, I can't remember, and you say, we're going to put you on Prozac. Do you recall that portion of the tape?
Yes.
And what were you referring to about putting him on Prozac?
Well,
Sustained.
Had Dr. Oziel put you on Prozac at the time before this tape was made?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
Could I approach a bench on this, Your Honor?
I'll go on to something else.
Right. And also on the tape, you ask him, how's the discussion going? What discussion were you referring to when you asked that question?
the discussion about their divorce and their settlement.
And he indicates she's not real wild about it. What did you take that to mean?
That she's not wild about the divorce.
And then he says, this decision has nothing to do with me. Which decision were you referring to?
Their decision to divorce had nothing to do with me. They had decided to divorce long before he ever spoke to me.
Right, and then he says, you decided before you knew me. You say you decided before you knew me, and he says, yeah, but I didn't decide to do it like 7 months early because you couldn't stand to be one day without me. What were you referring to when you said he had decided before he knew you?
When I first spoke to him on the phone, he represented that they lived separately and that they were in the middle of a divorce. Then later I discovered that they were still living in the same house. And I was very resistant to any involvement until he had Laurel on the phone say that they were getting a divorce, but that then she gave a reason, they gave reasons why they were still living in the same house, but that they were getting a divorce. And that they were, when in June of '89, he said that it was about 7 or 8 months away from being finalized. And then he kept changing it. Every month it always stayed 7 months.
Right. And then on the tape, you say, what about, quote, it's for her own safety, end quote. What were you referring to there?
Well, you have to understand Jerry Oziel's fantasies about how irresistible he is to women and how all women want him and can't live without him. And he his fantasy was that she doesn't want the divorce and that she would give up her life for him and do anything. His fantasy was that I desperately wanted them to be divorced and that I would give up my life and do anything for him, and that you have no concern for yourself, but all your concern is always for him. That's why, like on the tape, when he asked me what I wanted for Christmas, and I said, just you, because first of all, he's not a terribly generous person to start with. And he wants to think that he's the most important, the only thing in every woman's life who encounters him.
But how does this relate to the statement, what about it's for her own safety?
Because he had said earlier, what a blessing it was that Lyle and Eric had killed their parents and that they had come to him with this because it provided him with the opportunity to make their families understand that they were getting divorced because it was for Laurel and the children's safety. He never wants to look like the bad guy.
For their safety, in terms of getting a divorce, would be for their safety?
Because that if they continue to stay married, that they might end up dead.
In other words, she was at risk by being associated with him.
Yes, just as I was, but I couldn't express concern for my own safety because the one time that I did, that was that first weekend of November, and I was put through the most horrifying, terrifying 2 days of my life.
And he said, you say, I know, but you made this decision long before I came along. You're referring to the divorce?
Yes.
And then he replies, yes, she's waiting for the 8 months to go by. She doesn't think she needs any more safety either. She feels the guys are not a danger anymore at all. And what did you take the guys, who was he referring to there?
He always referred to Lyle and Eric as the guys or the boys.
And then you respond, no, I don't agree with that. What weren't you agreeing with?
I didn't agree that we weren't, that there was no more danger.
And why didn't you think there was any more danger? Based on something you heard or based on something Oziel told you?
Because whenever I would start to be comfortable and the fear aspect for me would loosen up, then Oziel would suddenly demonstrate all these, fear behavior things and continue to tell me how much danger I was in. And then when I would get real fearful and be afraid to open my door, then he would get like this, where he would be laughing and there's no more danger. And so it was like whatever phase I would be in, he would flip to the opposite. It was very crazy making.
And you say, I don't agree with that. And then his response to your statement is, well, I think you should call up and you should use one of your disguised voices. Hello, Laurel, this is Eric. You're in trouble. I'm going to kill you. Had you used disguised voices up to that point?
Never.
Had he?
Yes, Oziel has many disguised voices.
And you see on that tape, he's doing his Elvis imitation, correct?
He does think he's Elvis.
And there are other tapes where he's disguising his voice as someone else, correct?
Yes, he has many ethnic voices that he uses.
Right. And so did you know what he was talking about when he said, I think you should call up and you should use one of your disguised voices and say, hello, Eric. Hello, Laurel, this is Eric. You're in trouble. I'm going to kill you.
Objection, relevant.
You got a question right back, please. First person.
Question, and so did you know what he was talking about when he said, quote, I think you should call up and use one of your disguised voices and say, hello, Laurel?
Objection overruled. You can ask the question.
Oziel projects onto the other person what he himself does or is guilty of. So he's the one who does the disguised voices. He's the one who makes these, makes threatening phone calls using disguised voices. And he's just doing his typical thing where he projects it onto, in this case, he's talking to me. So he's projecting it onto me, but that's really what he's thinking, what he wants, what he may indeed have done.
Now, he's indicating here that you should call up Laurel and tell Laurel you're Eric and you're going to kill her, correct?
Yes, that's what he's saying.
And was the idea here, so far as you understood, to put her in fear so that she would think the divorce was a good idea to get away from the fear generated by your calling her up and using your disguised voice? Besides making this suggestion to you that you should call up Laurel and say you were Eric and you were going to kill her, were there other occasions where he would threaten you personally or make some joke about he was going to call Lyle up and tell Lyle to kill you?
Yes, he did.
In situations where he wanted you to do something.
Yes.
That tape I marked this.
Are we at 339?
339. Smith, I want to just play you a very brief portion of this tape. It starts in the middle.
What's the birth? Do we have a date?
Showing you this tape, which is designated as tape number 4. Do you know when that tape was made? That sometime in November.
Yeah, it would be in November.
Do you know the precise date it was made?
I don't recall the precise date at this moment.
If I told you that on this tape there is an indication that your father was going to be there approximately a week, would that refresh your memory or help you date the tape?
Then it would be around the 26th, 25th, something like, no, maybe a little before that. He was due in on November 30th, so 7 days prior to that, I guess.
Just want to play you a small portion.
I want you to pick because I want it to be from you.
Well, who do you think it came from? Elvis Presley?
Yeah. And I'm going to write the Inquirer and tell them.
Elvis is alive. And singing songs in my bedroom. That's good. I'll put you away in the loony bin for sure.
I'll send them a videotape.
You're right. I'll kill you. Either that or I'll just leave a message for Lyle.
Right, you're joking there about Elvis Presley, and he says, "I'll kill you." Either that or else I'll leave a message for Lyle.
Yes.
Did you take that as a joke? It sounds like a joke on the tape, does it not?
Well, he does joke like that a lot. And when in the beginning stages, I mean, this is just a random thing, and this is quite some time into it. In the beginning stages, when he would make those jokes, I would take them very seriously and get very upset. And then in return, he would get angry and upset with me because I reacted that way. So it came to a point where when he started making jokes like that, I knew that my cue was I have to laugh and pretend like, yes, this is a joke. But in the back of my mind, I really felt like he was just trying to remind me of the threat and the danger that he had in his power over me.
Now, did he keep the danger in front of you in more serious ways than what's revealed on that tape?
Yes.
And after you were in his office on November 2nd, did he take you out of town that following weekend, which would have been the weekend of November 4th?
Yes.
And where did he take you?
To Newport Beach.
And on the way to Newport Beach, did you have a discussion about whether you were in danger?
Yes.
And what was the discussion?
He kept saying that that he believed that he didn't have as much control over the brothers as he thought he had, and that now he was thinking that he was going to have to liquidate everything and leave California. And that, of course, Laurel and the children couldn't go because he would be so endangered and he would probably be tracked down, and that he wouldn't expect to put me or Laurel or the children in that kind of danger. He wanted to pick up a bathing suit.
And so you went from your home back to his to pick up a bathing suit on the 4th?
Yes.
Did he indicate to you that he was fearful of coming to his house because the Menendez brothers might be lurking around? And after the 6th and up to the date when these tapes are made on or about November 25th, make statements to you about the brothers were going to kill you or words to that effect.
Yes.
Did he do that seriously and in a joking manner?
Yes.
How would it come up when he was threatening you with the brothers?
You mean when it was serious?
Yes.
Whenever I basically displeased him or wasn't doing or reacting the way he wanted me to react, then he would say, "What a bizarre reaction," and I don't know if I can have a relationship with someone who would have that kind of reaction, and maybe I should just call Lyle and Eric and tell them you were outside the door so that I won't have to be bothered with you now.
And did you also hear him threaten to use the Menendez brothers against other people he was having problems with?
Yes, he did.
And who specifically did he threaten to use the Menendez brothers against, or the threat of the Menendez brothers?
He said that he was going to have Lyle and Eric kill a man named Richard Klein.
And was that in relation to some problem that Dr. Oziel was having with Richard Klein over a business called Automax?
Yes.
And he said that in your presence?
Yes.
Now, did you attend other sessions at Dr. Oziel's office where the Menendez brothers were there?
I believe so.
And do you recall specific dates when you were there?
No, the only two specific dates I could come up with was October 31st and November 2nd. I felt like there was when I went to the police, I told them I thought that there was about 4 or 5 sessions before I became excluded.
And do you remember telling the police that you were present at a session on November 14th?
I don't remember saying November 14th now, but they were pressing me to come up with dates, and I spoke with my neighbor who for one of the sessions had driven me there and dropped me off. And I asked him, and I believe he told me November 14th was one of the dates.
All right. And you in turn told the police you were there on November 14th?
Yes, I then told them.
And if I told you that Dr. Oziel's billing records do not show any session on November 14th, would that refresh your memory as to whether you were in fact there or not on that date?
I don't know any of the date. The only dates I can absolutely be positive of are October 31st and November 2nd.
Did you have discussion with Dr. Oziel about a tape that was made on December 11th?
Did you ever talk to Oziel about the taping of December 11th?
Yes.
And when did you have a conversation with him about a tape recorded session that took place on the 11th?
Well, there were several of them, but are you talking about the discussion on the 11th?
No, let's talk about before the 11th when he first discuss with you the possibility of taping a session?
Well, from the beginning, he wanted to get them on tape.
And did you mentioned before that he asked you to perhaps bug his office?
Yes,
Did he continue to express an interest in getting the Menendez brothers on tape?
yes,
And did that interest continue right up to the date of December 11th?
yes, it did.
And as it got closer to December 11th, did he indicate to you that he had a plan or an intention of meeting with them and taping them on the 11th?
Yes.
What did he say in that regard?
He needed to borrow a tape recorder. He asked me for a tape recorder. And so my father and I drove out to his house where we met Laurel, and we gave him the tape recorder. And then Oziel and my father and I went to lunch. And this was the first time that I was being excluded, or that he wasn't asking me to be there. And so, of course, I expressed concern.
Let me stop you for a minute. What date was this that you had lunch with him and your father?
On December 11th.
And did he call you the morning of the 11th and indicate he wanted to borrow a tape recorder? Or did he call you before that?
It was
day?
prior to that he, that he asked to borrow the tape recorder.
And it was on the 11th that you took the tape recorder to him?
Correct.
And you had lunch with him?
Correct.
And did he indicate anything to you in regard to his plan for taping a session?
He said that this would be, that he needed to get them to say incriminating things so that he would have this tape as our protection.
And did he mention anything around this time about the size of the estate? You testified on Friday about discussions concerning the size of the estate. Did that discussion continue up through this period of December 11th?
I recall mostly his discussion about the money was right after. It was in like August and early September that he had brought it to my attention, the amount of money. Around this time, he may have, but I just don't recall any specific conversations about their inheritance at this time.
Do you remember as late as March of 1990 in one of the tape recorded sessions you made with the police that he said something along the lines of, "Get out of here, Judalon, there's $14 million involved here"?
Yes,
And your response to him was, "What do you mean by that?"
yes,
And he said, "You know what I mean?"
yes,
But he didn't explain further what he meant, correct?
correct.
And was he making statements like that all the way along the way, that there were $14 million involved here?
Yes,
Now, when he said he wanted to get them to incriminate themselves on tape, who was present when he made that statement?
just myself. He did not discuss this in front of my father.
And did he indicate why he did not want you at the session?
Well, I never wanted to be at any of them, so I didn't press him for why he didn't want me to be there.
He just indicated to you he was going to have a session by himself with the two brothers.
Yes.
And did you talk to him at any point later on that day? That would be on the 11th.
On the 11th, yes,
Did you talk to him after the tape had been made? The
yes,
tape of December 11th?
yes.
What did he indicate to you in terms of whether his plan had been accomplished?
He said that he got what he needed.
Got what he needed?
Hmm.
And when did you have that conversation with him?
Very, very late. On the night of December 11th, because I believe they were meeting at 4 o'clock again. And so I, of course, was very concerned. And so I would call Laurel and ask her if she had heard anything from him, because I didn't have the ability to call directly into his office, and she did. And so I would call Laurel, and then Laurel would call him, and then Laurel would call me back, and she'd say, well, they're still talking. And so it was probably close to midnight before he called me.
And he called you and said he got what he needed, or words to that effect?
Yes,
Did he explain what he meant by that?
that he got them to cooperate to make a cassette tape. And now he had the tape, which would mean that we would be safe.
And on or about this date, did you move into the house, his house,
It was after this.
after December 11th? And what date did you move into the house?
Somewhere around December 19th.
And why did you move into the house?
Because he had succeeded in frightening Susan to move out. So Suzanne had moved out before my father came, and then my mother knew what happened. I had confided in my mother about the killings and what was going on. So my mother sent my father out, but my father didn't really know what was going on until after he got here, and then I told him. And then he kept pressing me to make my father leave. My father was supposed to be here much longer, but Oziel wanted to get rid of my father because he was losing control of me. My father was saying, you have to go to the police with this. This is wrong. And so Oziel wanted my dad out of the way. And what
Why
he
don't you ask
did,
another question?
Sure. And why specifically did you move into the house? Because you wanted to be with him? Because you were
No,
afraid for
because
some other reason?
I was alone in this big house that was not very secure. And I had talked to my landlord about putting bars up, and my landlord finally had agreed to put some bars up on some of the vulnerable windows. So in the meantime, Oziel he called me one night, and I was very frightened and upset. Something had happened to frighten me and upset me. And he just came right over and started throwing my clothes in a suitcase and took me out to his house.
And that was about December 19th?
Yes,
And was his wife still living in the home at that point?
yes.
How long did you remain in the home with his wife and Dr. Oziel?
Until I escaped on the Sunday, the first Sunday of March.
And during that period of time, were you carrying on a romantic involvement with Dr. Oziel?
I wouldn't call it romantic,
Well, sexual.
but there was sex.
And his wife was still in the picture at that point. In other words, she was still in the home.
She and I would say we were very good friends.
And did you have discussion about her fear and your fear of the Menendez brothers at that point? Did Dr. Oziel continue to threaten you with the Menendez brothers during the period of time that you were in the home?
It became worse.
And how did it become worse? First of all, did you express a desire to leave?
Up until December 25th, I thought that I loved him and that I had to the only way I was going to live and survive was if he loved me. And then on December 25th, on Christmas Day, something happened that snapped me out of it. And I realized the truth about him. And from that point, I wanted to go, but on that day, Laurel cracked her hip.
Well, without getting into the details of that, something happened on that day that caused you to want to leave, correct?
Yes.
All right. And did you try and leave on the 25th?
Well, no, because Laurel needed me at that time because of her accident and her
Did you
cracked
ever
hip.
express to him that you wanted to leave the home?
As soon as Laurel started getting better, about, I would say in early January is when I started saying I should go back to my own house.
And were there children in the house when this was all going on?
Yes,
How old were the children?
Overall.
9 and I believe 11, maybe 12.
And prior to moving in, had Dr. Oziel started giving you some drugs to take?
Yes,
And was one of the drugs he gave you to take Prozac?
yes,
Was another one Xanax?
yes.
And did you want to take those drugs?
No,
Did he tell you you had to take them?
yes.
Did it start to affect your memory as you were taking those drugs over a period of time?
I had a terrible reaction to the drugs.
Did he first start giving you those drugs on November 9th, 1989?
I believe so. Around that time period, definitely.
Did he continue to give you those drugs after you moved into his home?
Yes,
During the period of time just before you moved into his home, did he tell you you were suicidal and take you to a hospital?
yes,
And were you released from the hospital because you weren't suicidal
yes,
into his care?
yes,
And did he then take you to his home shortly after that?
yes,
And while you were in the home, did he tell you that if you tried to leave, he was going to get you admitted to a state mental institution?
correct.
I'm just trying to expedite it a little bit.
All right, objection overall.
He indicated to you that if you left or you wanted to leave, he was going to try and get you admitted to a state mental institution.
Yes,
And later on, after the police, you escaped from the home and went to the police. Did he call you up and continue to try and tell you that you had been suicidal?
yes,
Did he also try and, did he in fact assault you physically while you were in the home to keep you there?
yes, he did.
And did he tell you that the Menendez brothers, he would inform the Menendez brothers that you knew about them in order to keep you in the home?
Rephrase the question.
Did he tell you that you were going to stay in the house, and if you didn't stay in the house, he was going to tell the Menendez brothers that you knew about them?
Yes, he did.
And so what date was it that you finally escaped from the home?
It was the first Sunday of March. I think it was March 4th.
And why did you go to the police on March 5th and tell Detective Zoller that you had certain information about the Menendez brothers confessing?
Because I believed that Jerry Oziel was going to have me killed.
And after you went to the police, was there a certain amount of publicity shortly after the Menendez brothers were arrested?
Yes,
And after there was this amount of publicity, did Dr. Oziel call you up and basically tell you to keep your mouth shut?
yes, he did.
Did he imply to you that if you didn't keep your mouth shut, it was going to be very uncomfortable for you in terms of him revealing information about you?
Yes, he did.
I'd like to mark defendants next in order.
340 and 341. The reason we're working into the lunch hour, ladies and gentlemen, is that we have a juror who has to go to a medical appointment this afternoon early, so rather than take a break at this point, we just go ahead a little farther and then we'll take an early break and everyone will be excused this afternoon. So let's keep on going for a while.
Just showing you exhibit 340, is that, it's a tape, which is marked tape number 3, is that a phone call that you received from Dr. Oziel on March 8th?
Yes,
And is that a tape that you made at the request of the Beverly Hills Police Department?
yes, it is.
They have provided you with some equipment to put on your phone.
Yes, they did.
And I'm going to play for you now 340.
Hello. Well, you did what you did, and that's what you did. I think there's going to be an intense amount of media focus on this, and for your benefit in terms of things that you just do not have disclosed, and have the media looking at and other people looking at. And for my benefit, I suggest you have no comment about anything, because they've already released news reports now that these people were apprehended, or one of them was as a result of information provided by a Beverly Hills quote-unquote psychiatrist. So there's going to be an intense amount of media focus, and I'm assuming you're going to come into it at some point. And I suggest that unless you want a number of things disclosed that you don't really want disclosed, that you have no comment about anything. And I suggest that you retain an attorney to have no comment about anything, which is I'm sure what he'll tell you to do. Otherwise, you'll be a part of a media circus, and so will I. And you could be subject to other stuff too that isn't very positive for your life. So you did what you did. Thursday, 7:11 p.m.
And is that a phone call that you took to be some sort of a threat that you should keep your mouth shut?
Yeah.
And playing you now 341. Is this a tape that was also made on or about March 8th after there was some publicity about the case?
Yeah.
I'm calling because I think you're probably beginning to see how large a breaking situation this is going to be, and I thought we might want to talk about some of the things that would be reasonable in terms of your life and reasonable in terms of my life, that are irrelevant to any of this, that we want to mutually agree consider irrelevant to keep out of this, knowing that you have things that you definitely would that have nothing to do with this, that you would like to not have anything to do with this, because there's going to be a lot of pressure to discuss things, and I know there are things you definitely don't want to discuss, and there's some things that are irrelevant to this, and there may be things that I also know. So we probably, for survival's sake and not becoming Donald Trump and Ivana or whatever, or some bizarre media spectacle in some way, which is a possibility, might want to try to have some understanding about something that doesn't in any way compromise the truth, but doesn't unnecessarily talk about things that are totally irrelevant. So that's up to you, but I thought you might want to do that. If I don't hear from you, I'll assume that you don't want to do that. I'll assume that you want me to talk about anything on earth that relates to you. I would assume that would be positive. So anyway, it's up to you. This is just completely to try to do something that is doesn't in any way, shape, or form compromise in any way the truth or the bottom line or anything like that, but just doesn't involve unnecessary stuff that would only be harmful to you and only be harmful to me. So I would, if you like, talk to me. If not, don't give me else if you don't want to talk to me. Take care. Bye-bye.
I assume that wouldn't be positive. Did you take that as some sort of threat on his part?
Yes, I did.
And what did you think he was referring to?
I wasn't really sure because there isn't anything that terrible in my life. I've never had a drink of alcohol. I've never smoked a cigarette. I've never done drugs. So it's like I didn't know what he was going to talk about or say. And I didn't learn until later that he was going to make up a lot of lies about me and spread them through, the media.
Now, Dr. Oziel testified that he broke off his relationship with you sometime in February, and that there was a series of phone calls that were played for him in March that he said didn't represent his relationship because at that time he was worried you were suicidal. And first of all, were you suicidal in March?
Objection, argument, that was a common question.
Sustained.
Were you suicidal in March of 1990?
No.
And after you went to the police and there was some publicity about this, did Dr. Oziel call you up on March 17th and attempt to convince you that you had been suicidal earlier in your relationship?
Yes, he did.
Have a tape I'd like to mark.
I'm doing too well. My dad and my grandmother are both dying at the same time here.
Are you in Seattle?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Well,
Is your father in the hospital?
no, I am. But anyway, I got your letter, and we shouldn't feel like that. I'll be glad to get you back in, and I can find that you're actually, what I was thinking is that it might really be nice if we talked all the time about how it was really important not to have things be negative. It might be nice if we got together and didn't talk about anything other than us and just what really did go on, and it's just probably some stuff that really confused you. And I don't want to leave you that way. What?
Yes, I loved you very much, and I thought that you loved me.
Well, Judalon, there are a lot of things I think you still love me, and I think that there are a lot of things that happen.
Did you love me?
You're so cute. You were doing that first weekend that you. You're still doing that. The first weekend that you were doing that. That's really cute. You haven't changed one bit.
So, did you love me?
Am I being tape recorded? I'm teasing you. Anyway.
Sure, you did love me?
Yeah, you little shit.
Do you still love me?
Wait, who's listening to this?
Nobody.
Yeah. Do you still love me?
I asked for
I'm not answering unless you tell me. You tell me first and I'll tell you. Get prepared.
I've been through that before.
Well, you're going to go through it again. You haven't been to the National Enquirer before. You get to do that too. So anyway, so listen, when I get back, maybe what we can do is I can bring you whatever stuff I have to bring you, but more important than that. Whatever stuff is there. I like the part about the suicide. That was really great.
That was a tape that was made on March 17th.
I believe so.
And in that tape, Dr. Oziel was trying to convince you you were suicidal. She was telling you, go get medical.
Yes.
Overall.
And did you in fact go get the medical records for a hospital admittance in early December
Yes.
1989? And that was a situation where Dr. Oziel had taken you to a hospital in Sherman Oaks, correct?
Yes, also, but when he's telling me to go get the medical records, he knew very well that I didn't even know what hospital he had taken me to. It wasn't until after I obtained a lawyer that we got those records.
But eventually you did get the records, correct?
Eventually, we got the records.
Did you learn from the records that it was Dr. Oziel who brought you into the hospital and told the medical personnel there that you were incoherent?
Sustained.
Showing you what's been marked as 344.
What is 343, Mr. Burt?
Excuse me, Your Honor. Showing you what has been marked as 343 and 344.
What is 343?
343 is a medical record. And 344 is also a medical record. Showing you 343, is that the medical record of your recording your visit to the Sherman Oaks Community Hospital on December 9th, 1989?
Yes, it is.
And does this portion of the medical records, 343, indicate that you were brought in by your friend who is a psychologist?
Yes, it does.
And does it also indicate that you were examined by someone after you were brought in by a psychologist?
Yes, it does.
Does it indicate you were not suicidal?
Yes, it does.
And is exhibit number 344 another portion of the medical records which indicates that you were brought in with an indication that patient is not coherent?
Yes, it does.
And as far as you recall that incident, was that information that Dr. Oziel provided when he brought you in?
Yes, it is.
Were you in fact coherent when he took you into the hospital on the 9th?
I was unconscious.
And were you having, had you had any drugs that day that he had provided you?
That he had forced down me.
Yeah, what kind of drugs had you been taking that day?
I had not voluntarily taken any drug that day.
How is it that you came to be unconscious?
Because I was pressing Oziel to go to the police. There was some bit of evidence that I believed was going to disappear. And I thought that we needed to go to the police now, like that weekend. And he was getting very frightened and concerned that because my father was there and had some influence on me, that I might do what he termed as something crazy and go to the police. So he kept me on the phone a lot the day and night before. And then when I went to my store the next day, he was, calling, and then I would say, oh, a customer came in or something, and I would get off and he'd say, well, call me right back. So then I'd have to call him back. And we just were going round and round about this police issue. And so finally, my dad, in one of the moments where I wasn't on the phone, my father said, why don't you just hang up on and he said some bad word. And I said, because from past experience, Dad, he'll just race right over here and park himself inside the store, and then I'll have to deal with him physically. So my dad said, well, you need rest. And so I said, well, the only way that he lets up a little bit is when he thinks he's totally broken me down and that I'm a mess. So we decided to close my store early, and we went home and I went to bed. And then my father, Oziel, called at home when he couldn't reach me at my business, and he spoke with my father, and my father came into my room after I had gone to bed and said, he's insisting on talking to you. He told me that he's your doctor and that you're depressed and that he needs to talk to you about it. And I said, Dad, the whole reason we closed the store and did this was so I wouldn't have to talk to him. And so my dad went back, and then I went to sleep. The next thing I knew, Oziel was putting pills in my mouth and holding water up, and I just drank it and swallowed. And the next thing I knew, I woke up in Oziel's house.
And you got in his house after you went to the hospital? In other words, they released you from the hospital?
He removed me from my house, according to my father, at about 4:20 to 4:30 that afternoon. He took me to Sherman Oaks Community Hospital at 8:23 was when they admitted me there. I lived in Carthay Circle, which is like 10 minutes from Cedars-Sinai, 10 minutes from Century City Hospital, like just a few blocks from West Side Hospital.
When did they release you from the Sherman Oaks Hospital?
That same night.
And were you released to Dr. Oziel's custody?
Yeah, but according to Dr. Oziel, I was released to his custody, but I was still fairly unconscious when I was released, even I was dazed.
And where did he take you?
To his home.
He also says on this tape, we're going to be stars, not exactly for the right reasons. You better get on your makeup and put your dark glasses on. You don't really know what's happening because you haven't been released to the press yet. I have. There have been hundreds of photographers following me everywhere. It's awful. It's just awful. Did it sound to you, based on your knowledge of Dr. Oziel and your relationship with him, that he was having a tough time struggling with the media attention he was receiving?
No, he loves that.
Sustained, the answer is stricken.
Did Dr. Oziel ever have any problem with the fact that the media was paying attention to him, so far as you know, based on your contact with him?
Sustained.
Went to the police. I think you testified on Friday that at some point on the 6th, you sat down and gave a lengthy tape recorded statement to a deputy district attorney and Detective Zoller, correct?
Correct.
And on that tape statement, did you indicate to them that you, in fact, had overheard Lyle and Eric Menendez confessing to the murder of their parents?
Yes.
And at the time you gave that statement, did you believe that, in fact, you had overheard it?
Yes.
Had you overheard it?
Bits and pieces of it, yes.
Had you overheard it to the extent of providing the police with details such as you did on the 6th?
When I told the police, I asked them if they wanted me to differentiate between what I heard and what Oziel told me. And they said no, just to tell them the whole story complete.
Regardless of whether you heard it from Oziel or you overheard it yourself?
Yes.
And in June of 1990, did the district attorney's office ask you to sign a declaration or an affidavit that the district attorney prepared for your signature?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
In June of 1990, and specifically June 8th, 1990.
I do remember they had me sign something. I don't remember the date.
The exhibit next in order, it's an affidavit that you want to sign,
3:45.
dated June 8th, 1990. Ms. Smith, showing you what's been marked as exhibit 345, is that an affidavit which was prepared by the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office and presented to you for your signature?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overall.
Yes.
And you see on the last page, your signature is with the date of June 8th, 1990, correct?
Correct.
Now, in this affidavit, which you signed on June 8th, 1990, did you sign a statement which reads in part as follows. While I was, page 18, line 10. This is a quote from your affidavit. While I was in the next office, listening to the conversation in Dr. Oziel's office with the defendants, I heard a detailed description of the killings was given by the defendants, which included the following. And then there is a long list of details which you purport to have overheard. And some of the details are at page 19. The mother and father were both on the couch in a den or TV room and were watching TV. The mother was the one Eric talked about. Parts of the body were severed. The arm was shot off. The mother's head was blown off or badly shot, really mutilated. The defendant spoke of the eyeball coming out of the eye socket, the parts of the brains on the walls. They talked about the smell of the blood in the room, and they shot it up so much that there was smoke in the room. Quote, the cloud was very thick in the room, and the residue was even there when the police arrived, or the smell. The defendants told of eyes coming out of the socket and body tissue and blood coming up onto the walls, end quote. You recall that that declaration contained that statement and others which you allegedly overheard?
I didn't realize that until I recently saw that declaration. I have a lot of problems with that declaration because it was prepared and they brought it to me to sign 3 different times. And when I started reading it, I would find things that I felt weren't correct. And I'd tell them, they'd go back, they'd make the change, they'd come back, show it to me. They'd made that correction, but then there would be a new thing that was wrong. And that happened about, I think it was maybe the 4th time that I finally signed it. And even then, when I started reading it, there were problems and inaccuracies. And I asked for something to be changed and they wouldn't change it. So I crossed it out and wrote in my own handwriting. And then I didn't finish reading it because they were just tired of me sending it back. And so I ended up signing it. And then I've never read it until, in fact, even when you showed that to me, I didn't read it. You read parts of it to me, and it's pretty foreign to me.
You referred to making a change. On page 2 of this exhibit, there's some handwriting which appears to have your initials, correct?
Correct.
And is that a change that you made in this?
Correct.
Now, the part I read to you, you indicate that you personally overheard the details that I read to you, right?
That's what that indicates, but I did not write that document.
Did you, in fact, overhear those details?
The details of the murder itself were told to me by Jerry Oziel.
All right, and the part in here about the defendant spoke of the eyeballs coming out of the eye socket, parts of the brains on the wall. Was that something you ever overheard either Eric or Lyle Menendez confess to?
No, that came from Jerry Oziel. I heard them talk about smoke, not the smell of blood, but the smoke, about a lot of smoke in the room.
And in fact, you now realize that not even Dr. Oziel claims that they made these statements, correct?
Objection.
I don't know that.
Objection, sustained, the answer is stricken.
But is it true that you, in fact, never heard from Lyle or Eric Menendez the details or similar details that are in this declaration?
No.
And is it true, though, that Dr. Oziel gave you these details that I just read you as well as many others?
Correct.
And did he give you these details graphically so as to frighten you, in your opinion?
Objection calls for proper opinion.
Sustained.
Did Dr. Oziel give you details such as I've read to you about the eyeballs coming out of the eye socket, parts of the brains on the walls? Did he give you that graphic detail when he was describing for you what the brothers supposedly told him?
Yes, he did.
And did he do that on more than one occasion?
He told me over and over and over.
Did he seem fixated on telling you all of the details that the brothers supposedly told him?
Yes.
Objection, sustained, the answer is stricken.
did he seem to have difficulty relating those details to you? In other words, was he secretive or reluctant to give you those details?
No, he was eager.
And was those details were given to you during the period of your relationship, correct?
Correct.
And did you also testify in a hearing that you overheard similar details? Not that Jerry Oziel told you, but in fact, you yourself had overheard those kinds of details.
Those specifically or other things?
Any of the details.
I believe so.
When you were testifying in other proceedings and also when you filled out this affidavit, which is Exhibit 345, did you in fact believe you had overheard the details that you were describing?
Are you talking about the that hearing in August?
Yes.
You know, after that, the hearing in August, when I was in that courtroom, I was very frightened, and I did something which I later learned was called disassociating. And so I don't know what my testimony was in that courtroom. I was told, I do remember at the end, I kind of like came back and the judge told me I was not allowed to discuss my testimony with the district attorney or the police. And when I came out of there, I told the district attorney that I was told that I wasn't allowed to tell them any of the details, but I told him that I had this memory lapse in there and that I did want to talk to him about that because I didn't know what I really testified to.
Let me ask you this. When you spoke to the police in a tape-recorded interview on March 6th, your voice is on that tape indicating that you overheard details such as I have read to you, correct?
Yes.
You're telling the police, this is what I overheard. At that time...
I don't think I said that I exactly overheard that. I said that this is what they said, or this is what, I just told them what happened.
Right. And at that time, did you believe you, in fact, had overheard that?
I believed everything.
Well, were you being careful at that time to distinguish the information which Oziel had told to you and the information which you, in fact, had overheard?
At what time?
March 7th.
Not at,
March 6th, excuse me, when you gave the statement to the police.
not at all. Partially because I don't think I knew the difference between what I had been told and what I actually heard. Because I had heard, I heard parts and bits and pieces, and then Oziel would fill in all the blanks, but then over and over he would tell me what I really heard and what was really happening and really going on. And when I went to the police, I had just been terribly victimized. I mean, I had not just suffered like one crime against me. I had been repeatedly victimized for months by this man. I mean, I had been raped, I had been beaten, I had been isolated from my family and friends.
Were you still taking drugs at that point in March?
Yes, I tried not. When I was in Oziel's home, I would sometimes flush the drugs down the toilet. And one night he came into my bathroom where he saw one of the pills floating in the toilet. And then he took the pills out of the cabinet, well, the drawer. And then he shoved his hand down my throat. I had a huge blood blister down the back of my throat from where he crammed the drugs down me. So I was afraid if I didn't take them, what would happen to me. But at the same time, I couldn't function and I couldn't think while I was taking those drugs. So I'd had very little sleep. I was traumatized when I showed up at the police station.
Let me ask you this. Later, in approximately May of 1990, were you approached by a television reporter who was doing a story about this case?
In May of,
May of 1990.
yes,
And was that Diane Sawyer?
yes,
Did she come into your office in May of 1990 and indicate that she wanted to talk to you about your involvement in the Menendez case?
yes, she did.
And did you go on camera for a show that was broadcast on May 17th, 1990, and indicate that at this time, I'm not at liberty to discuss anything concerning the case?
That's true.
And they broadcast that on May 17th, 1990.
Correct.
And then did you, at about the same time, participate in an interview with Diane Sawyer in which you gave certain information to them, which was later broadcast in August of 1990?
I'm sorry. Can you say that over again? Because
Sure.
the time frame, I'm not sure about what you're saying on the time frame.
There was broadcast a show on May 17th, 1990, where your voice appears and your image on the camera saying, at this time, I'm not at liberty to discuss anything concerning the case. Do you remember that?
Yes,
May 17th, 1990.
yes,
And did you participate in a show which was aired on August 30th, 1990, in which your likeness is again broadcast and you make certain statements about your knowledge of the case?
yes.
And when did you give the interview which resulted in that broadcast?
In June of 1990.
And during the course of that program, were you asked by Diane Sawyer on camera, are Lyle and Eric Menendez guilty? Did they murder their parents? And you answered, yes, they did. Diane Sawyer says, you know this, and you say, absolutely. I heard from their own mouths that they killed their parents. Do you remember making that statement?
Yes,
Did you hear from their own mouths that they had killed their parents?
I heard things from them that made me believe that they had killed their parents, but I don't think I heard an exact sentence, I killed my mother or I killed my father.
Do you remember Diane Sawyer asking you, they were proud of it, they were proud of how they carried it off, and you answered, absolutely. They felt that they had committed the perfect crime. Remember making that statement on camera?
Yes, and that if you look at, actually the word absolutely is an Oziel word. And so my answer is really a programmed Oziel answer that I gave.
Did you hear him say that they felt that they had committed the perfect crime? I'm asking you what you heard as opposed to what Oziel told you.
Well, I heard something, and then when I questioned Oziel about it, then he told me the part that I didn't hear was that they had committed the perfect crime.
That was
I heard the beginning part of something, and then later when they had left, then Oziel and I talked about it, and I said, "Well, why were you laughing? Why were I think it was Lyle. I said, why was he laughing? And then he said something about my father, for once my father or something. And so then that's when Jerry Oziel completed it for me. So I heard the beginning part, and I had no reason to believe that I was being lied to, because Jerry Oziel always told me that he was the most truthful, honest man I would ever know or meet in my life.
Well, when you were giving these statements to the press that were broadcast on August 30th, did you believe, in fact, you had overheard those statements?
Yes, I definitely believe that.
Do you believe it now? That you personally overheard those statements or similar statements as opposed to things that Oziel said to you?
No, since then I have been in therapy, and we had worked on sorting out what I was brainwashed with and what was real.
And how about the affidavit that you signed in June of 1990 where you claim to have overheard those details? When you signed that affidavit, did you believe you in fact had overheard the details that are set forth in that affidavit?
Yes.
Do you
There were
believe-
inaccuracies in that, but I did believe at that time that I had heard everything.
Now, do you remember that the police gave you a body wire to wear to a meeting that took place on March 19th, 1990?
Yes,
And was that a meeting where Jerry Oziel came to your house to deliver some of your property because you had moved down?
yes,
And were the police in fact in your home hiding in a closet
yes,
when Oziel arrived?
yes,
And did you in fact make a recording of a conversation you had with him on the 19th?
correct.
And during the course of that conversation, did he say, you already did something really stupid, really, really stupid? And you said, well, the boys are in jail and I'm not dead. And you said that if I went to the police, I'd be dead in 2 minutes. And he said, guess what? It's going to be a little bit longer.
Yes,
Remember that?
I remember him saying that. Are you saying this happened at the time of the body wire, or is this one of the phone calls?
At the time of the body wire, was that statement made?
I remember the statement. I wasn't sure whether it was on the phone or at the time of the body wire.
346.
Smith, was there a portion of this body wire where you and Dr. Oziel had a conversation and Dr. Oziel kept interjecting some words about a story that you two were familiar with?
Objection relevancy.
Okay, portion of this tape for you, and then ask you a question about it.
Jerry, you got here because you scared me.
I got here? You want me to leave?
No, I want you to tell me the truth.
I will tell you the truth.
Okay.
Sword? These your swords? Are these your swords?
Okay, yes.
Are they?
Yes.
Why are you doing this?
Why am I doing what?
You should talk to your mom. Come on, tell her to behave.
I'm just trying to find, that was, when you called me Sarah, that was very scary.
Judalon, I've been living with scary things day in and day out for a long time now.
I don't think you're afraid of them.
I don't think I'm very much afraid of anything, but the bottom line is that, why are you behaving this way?
Because I'm afraid of them and you.
You're afraid of me? That's not nice. Does Ishi look like Ishi's afraid of me?
No, but she doesn't have a brain, so.
That is a really mean thing to say. That is really mean and vicious. That's not. Ishi, did you hear what your mom said? First she insults your face and says it's not very nice and pretty, and then she says you don't have a brain. I wouldn't take this. I'd move out.
And the portion that I played for you, with Dr. Oziel, when you're talking to him, you say, he said, that's why I'm being an asshole and I don't know how to get around it. Remember the thorns. And you say, okay, yes, that's true. He says, is it true? You say, okay. He says, is it? He then said, Jerry, I just he says thorns. You say, Jerry, you got here because, and he says thorns. What is he referring to as you're talking to him there?
Objection relevant.
Just a-
Why was this tape being made, this body wire tape? What was your understanding as to why the police were in your closet and had provided you with a body wire?
Objection called for speculation, hearsay.
Overall,
Because Oziel had called me and told me that I was still in danger and there were some other people that were going to kill me. And I called Detective Zoller and told him. And the reason why he was there was so we could find out who the other people were that he claimed were going to kill me, because there's another conversation where he says he knows who they are and he'll tell me who they are, but I have to meet with him in person.
Was that the conversation that you played earlier where he was in Seattle and called you on the 17th?
It may be.
yes, if anyone has to use the restroom, go ahead. You may continue your examination.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, you indicated that there was a reason why the police asked you to make this body wire tape of March 19th.
Yes,
What was the reason that was given to you?
because Oziel had called me and told me that there were other people that were going to kill me.
And so were you instructed by the Beverly Hills Police to try to draw him out on that topic
Yes,
and claim you a portion of what's been marked as 346?
Well, the first thing that we have to establish is just what kind of relationship do we have? Because you have not been behaving like a friend at all.
Jerry, that's not the first thing that we have to establish. The first thing that we
The
have
first
to...
thing I have to establish, because you've been behaving, just really.
You mean that there's other people out there that would want to kill me and you're not going to tell me that? Unless...
They probably want to kill me too. And you
Why?
haven't gone to the 6th for what you did. And I tried to tell you that, and you wouldn't listen to me. I tried to tell you that you didn't know half the story, and you don't.
Well, then maybe you should tell me so that I cannot do something stupid.
You already did something really stupid. Really, really stupid. You already did it.
Well, the boys are in jail and I'm not dead, and you had said that if I went to the police,
Well-
I'd be dead in 2 minutes.
Well, guess what? It's going to be a little bit longer.
And after Dr. Oziel said to you, well, guess what, it's going to be a little bit longer. Did you take that as some sort of threat to your safety, that in fact you were going to be dead in a little bit longer?
yes, and also that he wanted me to believe that he was still the only person who could protect me and take care of me and help me.
And before this tape was made, had you spent a considerable amount of time with Detective Zoller?
Yes,
Had you spent a considerable amount of time with him on March 5th, which I believe you said was the first day you went to the police?
yes. Actually, the first time Detective Zoller came with a commissioner friend of mine, like a commissioner judge friend of mine. I didn't call the police directly. The commissioner had called Detective Zoller, and they came to my home.
And how much time did you spend with Detective Zoller in that first meeting with him?
It was many hours.
And was that first meeting was just the two of you talking without a tape recorder?
Correct.
Did you indicate to
Well,
Detective?
there was I believe that the commissioner was present during that whole conversation as well.
And did you indicate to Detective Zoller in the conversation you initially had with him on March 5th that you had overheard the Menendez brothers confess to the killing of their parents?
No, I don't think so. I did not want to be drawn into this or made a witness, so I did not reveal that I had heard anything, and it just sort of kept slipping out.
You said that after the December 11th session with the brothers, that Oziel said something to the effect of, "I got what I wanted," words to that effect.
Yes.
And did he also indicate to you that those gruesome details that ended up in that affidavit that I read to you, he had those kind of details on the tape of December 11th?
Yes.
And what did he say in that regard?
He said that on the cassette tape that was made on December 11th, that the boys had described in detail the killing of their parents. And then he gave me some of those details. And I told the police that's what I believed was on the tape.
In other words, in their own voice, they had described the kind of detail that you provided to the police about the eyeballs popping out, that sort of gruesome
Correct.
detail.
Sustain the answer, stricken.
Dr. Oziel told you that there were details of the killings on the December 11th tape.
Correct.
And with reference to the body wire, you had mentioned before that Dr. Oziel kept bringing up the subject of the estate being worth $14 million.
Correct.
I want to play a portion of the body wire tape of March 19th.
Is it time to say that someone else?
Judalon, I'm trying to tell you that I'm not sure why I should help you. Because you haven't done anything but try to hurt me.
I didn't do this to try to hurt you, Jerry.
And this bullshit about somebody coming in an hour. Come on, get out of here.
I didn't do this to try to hurt you, Jerry.
You would have canceled somebody coming here now in 12 seconds. If there really is anybody coming here, you would have canceled them in 12 seconds.
Jerry.
You're going to tell me if there's somebody coming if there's not. Because we've got about 5 hours to talk about, at least.
5 hours?
You bet your sweet ass would do.
Jerry, what can we talk about for 5 hours?
Judalon, is there somebody coming here or not? If there is, I'll take my stuff and I'll come.
Jerry, I don't know why you just can't tell me the truth about where I am or who's endangering me.
I told you where you are. And I told you I don't know. And I told you there are a whole lot of different people who might be endangering you. You have a bunch of people. You are not more safe than you were before. I was trying to tell you something, and you didn't trust
But
me.
I don't believe you. I don't believe that.
Good. If you didn't go home, that just means you would not believe me. I talk with people, and I know things. I don't know who made any calls to me, but I know things. And I don't know who those people are. The police couldn't get anything from me if they asked me.
Ms. Smith, in that portion of the tape, when Dr. Oziel is referring to other people, who did you take that to mean?
There can call for speculation.
Sustain.
Did Dr. Oziel indicate to you people other than the Menendez brothers were putting you in danger?
Yes, he did. And in the phone conversation, he suggested that he knew who they were and that he was going to tell me, but only if I would see him in person.
And did he in fact tell you who these other people were who supposedly were placing you in danger?
No, that's what that whole body wire was about. And when he got there, he evaded it, and all he wanted to do was hug me and kiss me and talk about our relationship. And then there was the police. We had set up that this policewoman was going to come to the door after an hour. And so I had told Oziel that someone was coming to my house at that time. So because, he's very long-winded. And if you don't give him some time frame, he'll take 10 hours to say what anyone else could say in 10 minutes.
And in fact, you have telephone conversations where he was on the phone with you for hours, correct?
Yes.
268 minutes is one of the calls.
And there are longer ones than that. And so we decided to give him a 1 hour time frame by saying that I had someone coming to the house. And he became obsessed with whether there was really someone coming to my house or not. And that he didn't believe me. He was saying, I don't believe you because you would cancel anybody coming to the house in 12 seconds if you knew you were seeing me.
Did he indicate
That's like
to you
his fantasy, like he's so important.
Did he indicate to you he thought you may have had another man coming to the house?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
Play one more portion of this tape. Smith.
Jerry, the boys took that by themselves.
Laura, you don't know what you're talking about, and I can't tell you anymore. I tried to tell you before. If you want to believe that, then I'll just get out of here. Because you need to do what you do, okay? You're not going to know. There was $14 million involved in this. So, figure it out.
I don't know what that means.
Well, figure it out.
What does that mean?
It means nothing.
That portion which I did just play for you, Dr. Oziel indicates to you that there were $14 million involved in this, and you say so, and he says, so figure it out. You say, what does that mean? And he says, it means nothing. Do you recall that?
I most certainly do.
And is that a theme that he had repeated even before March 19th? That is that there were $14 million involved in this?
Objection vague.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
Before March 19th, when you were wearing this body wire, and he made this statement about there are $14 million involved, is that the first time he had ever mentioned that topic?
No.
Was that a statement or a theme that he stressed throughout the period of time from August of 1989 up to the time when this tape was made?
Yes.
Overall, your answer?
Yes.
And was there another tape that you made, Ms. Smith, on March 7th, 1990, at the request of the Beverly Hills Police Officer? Yes, this is exhibit number 118, previously marked. Play a portion of this tape. This is exhibit 118.
They feared for your life that they were going to come into the office and kill you.
Come on, they might have. Here, you were there.
I know, and so unfortunately now I know because I overheard the stuff and I saw them and I know, and you told me word for word everything that happened in those sessions.
You don't know a lot of things that happened, and a lot of what was told you wasn't even accurate.
Jerry, you were not lying. You gave the session word for word to me and to Laurel.
You lying.
All the sessions.
Yeah.
You forget that.
Did you tape record the session last night, or the phone conversation last night?
Smith, that portion I just played to you from the March 7th, 1990 conversation that you had with Dr. Oziel. You say to him, you told me word for word everything that happened in those sessions. And he says, Judalon, you don't know a lot of things that happened, and a lot of what was told you wasn't even accurate. Did you know what he was referring to when he said a lot of what he told you wasn't even accurate?
No, I thought he was just saying that because he didn't want me to tell the police what I knew.
And on the March 19th body wire tape, was he, in your opinion, making an attempt to hypnotize you at any point in time?
Objection, improper.
Sustained.
Did Dr. Oziel ever attempt to hypnotize you?
Objection, relevant.
I mean, ever, at any time, under any circumstance?
During the period from August 20th, 1989, up to and including the date when this body wire tape was made, did Dr. Oziel attempt in any way to hypnotize you?
Overall.
Yes, he was.
How was he doing that?
I actually wasn't aware of the depth of what he was doing to me until the body wire, because during that time when he says thorns, I had a total blank. And when Detective Zoller went back to the police station, he called me up and he asked me what thorns meant.
Now, remove the strike as it's being hearsay and non-responsive.
Sustained. The answer is stricken.
Did you at some point listen to that body wire tape?
Yes.
Did you hear the words that I played a little while ago in which Dr. Oziel uses the word repetitiously, thorns?
Yes.
And did that have any significance to you, the use of that phrase over and over again in reference to whether he was trying to hypnotize you?
Yes.
And what was the significance?
Well, it started stimulating other memories of times when he said and similar things like that. But at the time that he said that, I had no knowledge or memory that that was being said. That time period was blocked for me until I heard it on the tape.
Could I have 1 minute, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Smith, is one of the things you said in your affidavit of June 8, 1990, that you had overheard the Menendez brothers threaten to kill Jerry Oziel and anyone or thing associated with him?
On June 8th?
Yes.
I don't know about the date of that, but I do remember telling the police about that. But I didn't actually hear Lyle say those words. I heard something, a part of that, and then Jerry Oziel is the one who filled in and said that that's what was actually said.
Well, what did you hear as opposed to what Dr. Oziel told you?
About what?
About threats.
At what point?
First on October 31st, 1989.
Do you understand the question?
On
What did you
October
yourself hear?
31st?
Yes.
Just on October 31st, it was only good luck, Dr. Oziel.
And did you ever hear Lyle Menendez or Eric Menendez say that they were going to kill Jerry Oziel and anyone associated with him?
Well, actually, it was on October 31st, when Lyle was yelling at his brother, he said, I could kill you to his brother. And
But did you ever hear him say?
then
Could you finish your answer?
Yes.
he was like going on, but then all of a sudden he got like quiet, and Eric was crying, and then I couldn't hear what was said, but he was talking. And then that's when Oziel told me that he said, now we have to kill Dr. Oziel and everyone connected to him.
In other words, that information was conveyed to you by Oziel?
Yes, and I believed it because he had said, he said I could kill you to his brother.
And did Dr. Oziel give you that information after he came back from going downstairs?
Yes.
Did you say that you looked out the window and saw Dr. Oziel shaking hands with Lyle Menendez
Yes.
downstairs?
Yes.
And it was after you saw that he came back, Dr. Oziel came back up, locked the door, and told you that Lyle Menendez had said that he was going to kill Dr. Oziel and anyone associated with him?
He didn't say it the minute he came back in the room that way, but yes, that night is when he said that, and he fitted into the part that I did hear.
All right. And in this declaration or affidavit, which is Exhibit 345, it says, while in the hallway, I heard Lyle's screams coming from Dr. Oziel's office. Quote, I can't believe you did this. I can't believe you told him. I don't even have a brother now. I could get rid of you for this. Now I hope you know what we're going to have to do. I hope you realize what we're going to have to do. We've got to kill him and anyone associated with him who knows that we are associated to him. Did you, in fact, hear the last portion of that statement? I hope you realize what we're going to have to do. We've got to kill him and anyone associated with him who knows that we are associated to him.
The last thing that I had heard was then Lyle said to his brother, I could kill you for this. And then Eric really was crying loud, and then he got softer. And then Oziel said the rest of it
to you later.
To me later. And I didn't have any reason to think that it wasn't true.
And were you told that the wording that you have in this declaration is exactly the same as Dr. Oziel has in his notes of that session?
Objection, argumentative, assumes facts not in evidence.
Were you given any information as to whether your information in this declaration was consistent with or contradicted Dr. Oziel's notes?
Objection, calls for your safe speculation.
Given information by whom? When? Where?
Were you given information by anyone who presented this declaration to you for signing? Either a deputy district attorney or Detective
At
Zola?
the time that I signed that?
Yes.
No.
I believe that's all I have.
Any examination by the court attorney?
Your Honor, we reserve the right to redirect if we might.
Instead of Mr. Burton?
No, in addition thereto, after cross, if we feel there's a need.
All right, as long as we don't get into duplication, obviously.
Correct.
All right, are you ready to proceed?
No, Your Honor, there's something I want to ask the court about before I proceed.
All right, then we'll,
Oh, wait a minute, there is another matter. I'm sorry, Mr. Burt. There is a matter with respect to this witness in front of the Eric Menendez jury only.
all right, and how long would that take?
About 20 minutes.
All right, and it'll take about 20 minutes for the actual testimony if it occurs.
I think it'll take. I have to think for a minute. Isn't there? The Eric Menendez jury alone.
All right. Well, as I've indicated, one of the jurors on that jury has a medical appointment and has to leave around 2 o'clock. So rather than delay her departure, and also because we have another juror in the other jury who has a medical appointment a little later in the day, we've worked through the lunch hour, and I think we've gotten as far as we can go at this point. And we'll resume then tomorrow at 9 o'clock. To both juries, we'll have you come back at 9 o'clock. Don't discuss this matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. Don't permit yourselves to be exposed to anything about this case outside of the courtroom. And we'll see both juries back here tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And we'll see counsel back here at 3 o'clock.
Issues regarding the other sessions with Dr. Oziel.
And as far as the defense is concerned, do you have matters that you want to discuss?
I think this is the management of the prior therapy, so-called therapy in the 1128 session, and I think Mr. Burt's did some audio tape before the break.
No.
Did you give him the ones that the Judalon was doing?
We indicated to the court we wanted to have marked so that the court could consider an offer of proof as to two of the things.
Yeah, you said that. You didn't do it.
No, I have that.
Okay.
That was one of the things I wanted to do this afternoon.
Sure.
I would only want to prioritize just because of the scheduling problems, the prior therapy stuff, but if we're going to have a relevancy hearing, that would have to be in camera. So maybe we should do the joint stuff first.
There was also reference to testimony before the Eric Menendez jury only.
Yes.
That's a separate issue as well.
I don't think we have to do it for a camera. It's not very exotic.
Well, could we maybe know what it was?
Yeah, it has to do with the Billionaires Boys Club.
Does that,
I have no idea what it has to do with the Billionaires Boys Club, because I don't know that she's ever mentioned, she certainly never mentioned it to us.
Well, she is prepared to testify that on July 31st, 1989, she spent 19 minutes on the telephone with Dr. Oziel, during the course of which he informed her that he and Laura were watching the Billionaires Boys Club miniseries, and they had a discussion about it. And we would introduce that evidence to show that Dr. Oziel therefore had firsthand knowledge of that program and knew that it was on 3 weeks before, roughly 3 weeks before the killing of Mr. and Mrs. Menendez.
all right? Okay, the people can chew on that one, and then while they're doing that, we'll discuss these other matters. You have those transcripts, Mr. Burgess, want to?
Yes, for the record, Your Honor, we have marked as defendant's next in order a transcript, which relates to a November 1st conversation. And a portion of this transcript of this tape was played for the jury as exhibit number 339. And the portion that was played was the statement of Dr. Oziel indicating, "I'll kill you," or "I'll just leave a message for life." And we would see the play the first 2.5 pages of the tape, which is reflected on this transcript, which I'm providing to the court. And then also we would seek to play in its entirety another tape, which I'll have marked as defendant's next in order.
Is that 347?
No, 347 is a transcript that you just referred to.
348
348
is a tape, and could 348A be the transcript of this tape?
Let's make it 349.
349. Judge, these are the two areas we discussed this morning in terms of Dr. Oziel counseling Ms. Smith about her family problems. And there's also an indication on the second tape that I just had marked that Dr. Oziel indicates as your therapist, and then proceeds to give the advice that he's giving about the mother wanting to kill Smith, etc. I don't have anything to add, but just to perfect the record on what our offer of proof is.
All right, and there have been several other tapes played for the jury, or portions of them, and it's unclear to me when those specific portions were played, Mr. Burt, whether there were other portions on those cassettes that were not played for the jury.
That's true, Your Honor.
And how did you propose to deal with that?
I would be submitting to the court separate tapes with only those portions that were played for each exhibit.
When would you do that? The longer you wait, the more difficult it is to recall what it was that you did play.
I do have a good idea what I played, and I didn't want to do it before cross-examination because there may be additional portions played. And that's why I waited to do that.
And you will also provide transcripts of those things that were played in their entirety?
Yes.
Okay. Transcript of all things that were played?
Yes.
Okay.
We would request to see these transcripts before they go to the jury because the ones that we've been providing.
I'm not saying you're going to jury. I just,
Oh, okay.
at this point, just at least we have them so that the record is complete. Otherwise, we have a very fragmentary record of what occurred.
Right.
So if you have the transcripts of any tapes that you've played in their entirety, then those you can mark as soon as you have a chance to find them. And if those other tapes, which you are holding in abeyance until the examination is complete, I understand that. But if other tapes have already been completely played, then I'm certainly going to have those transcripts marked as exhibits as well. So I'd ask that you look at those and have them marked today too.
Fine.
All right. Then let's deal with the testimony of the witness, Judalon Smyth, and issues relating to it. One of them has to do with her prior testimony before Judge Albrecht, which was a subject of some discussion in this courtroom on earlier occasions. What is the defense position in that regard?
We're prepared to submit the issue on the moving papers that we filed in the court. We don't have any additional arguments to add at this point.
Do you think that your position has changed at all since you presented the court with those moving papers based upon the nature of your direct examination of Ms. Smith?
No, the direct examination was. And so that's why that was done in anticipation of the court ruling.
Well, it's difficult for the court to deal with in the transcript of her earlier testimony before Judge Albrecht. That area has certainly been opened by the nature of the direct examination of the witness. And if there was any claim of privilege by the defense to her earlier testimony, that certainly would be waived by the nature of the direct examination. And for that reason, in addition to the fact that the witness has testified at variance with her testimony under oath at earlier proceedings, the court finds that in exercise of its discretion at this point, the transcript of that earlier testimony of this witness before Judge Albrecht, where she was questioned by the judge and by both defendant's counsel without the district attorney present, should be made available for the prosecution to utilize during its cross-examination of the witness. If there is anything in that the counsel feels is separately privileged, then I'll certainly review it for that in mind. Is there any such material?
Well, the court had alluded to Ms. Smith's revelation material that may be protected by the attorney-client privilege, and I frankly have not gone through it with that idea in mind, but I would like that opportunity. I can do that tonight.
Well, I would prefer you to give it to the prosecution this afternoon so that they will have this evening to review it since they have never seen it before.
I can review it now.
I can focus you on the portion that I saw that related to that. It's on page 122 of the volume of July 31st. And although the defense has argued in the past that this is the ruling of Judge Albrecht endorsed by the California Supreme Court in relationship to the sealing of the proceedings conducted before Judge Albrecht, the defense position is that that's the law of the case. The court does not so find, since the circumstances presented to this court are substantially and completely different than they were as presented to Judge Albrecht and as presented to the Supreme Court. The nature of the examination of the witness before the jury and the questions asked by the defense certainly has changed it in its entirety. As well as the court does recall, the defense has utilized portions of the hearings conducted before Judge Albrecht in the impeachment of Dr. Oziel, and did provide portions of those transcripts to the prosecution during his testimony. So the record of those proceedings were already, to some extent, made available to the prosecution by the defense. All right.
We would be claiming the attorney-client privilege with respect to the pages 121 and 122 of the transcript.
All right. If you want to look at any the rest of it while we're going forward here, dealing with that subject, before we complete the hearing today, you can let me know if there are other matters.
Thank you.
In relationship then to the people's request that the court review the videotape of one of these TV shows, what is the defense position?
Our position is that the people would certainly be entitled to bring before the jury inconsistent statements made by Ms. Smith that are contained on the video, but to play the video, I think presents a hearsay problem because the program has statements by the announcer based on information from people other than Ms. Smith. There's long narratives by other people, and there are segments in which Ms. Smith makes statements. Ms. Bazanich has provided me with a transcript in which she has segregated out those statements. So certainly, I think she can cross-examine about the fact that those statements were made. It's not going to be our position that they were not made. And in fact, I brought some of those statements to the attention of the jury. But I think the video itself is hearsay and is more prejudicial than probative, more time-consuming than probative as well.
Well, was it the intent of the prosecution to play the entire tape or just those things that have her, or that portion of it that has her statements on it?
Your Honor, just the portion that has her statements. The problem is that it's going to be difficult to present to the jury because I can show the court a transcript and the court can see that there are voiceovers where they're showing scenery and then it's interspersed with her interview. And so perhaps the court can give the prosecution a suggestion as to the best way to deal with this.
No, the court would ask you to make suggestions. It's your evidence if you want to offer it.
We want to offer the entire tape simply because it's impossible to segregate it out. And the reason we want to play the tape and not just go on the transcript or a witness
I have no way of knowing what you have until you present it to me.
This transcript is something that Ms. Bazanich prepared herself from listening to the tape. And there is an accurate transcript of the show, which we provided to the court as part of our...
I see you're looking at something from Lexis or Nexus or something.
Right, and we provided a copy of this to the court in connection with the press access motions, and I think this probably represents a better transcript than one being provided to the court, which simply excerpts out portions that they select.
Well, if you have that, I'll be glad to look at that and compare it to the tape. My only suggestion I have is if there is something specific on it, a particular segment that is significant to the parties in regards to her demeanor or anything else, perhaps you can isolate on that rather than just have me look at the whole thing. It's not for me to pick out what is good for one side or the other. You have to do that yourselves. I have no idea what it is. So if you want to pick out something, then that's fine. Otherwise, I'll just look at the whole thing. I don't know what I can do with it other than watching it. I'm not inclined to permit the whole thing to be played. And my recollection is that she said that this was recorded in May, but played or broadcast in late August. Is that right?
Interviewed in June,
June?
broadcast on,
August 30th, 1990.
Okay.
not to be confused with the broadcast of August 1st, 1991, which was another one of his prime times.
All right. Well, I'll look at it. I don't know if it requires us to do it here in open court unless council want to see it again.
I don't think it does, Ron. Does the court need the machine though, or does?
Well, we'll see when we're finished with these proceedings. All right, let's go on then to another matter which deals with the people's request, which was made, as I said, about 10 days ago, for the court to review the other sessions involving Eric Menendez and determine if there's anything there relevant to his mental or emotional condition at issue in the trial, or which has been tendered by the defense. And Ms. Morrissey did provide the court, in the absence of the defendant and in the absence of Ms. Abramson, copies of those transcripts of those proceedings or those sessions that occurred between Dr. Oziel and Eric Menendez. And I did review those. And what exactly, and I asked this at the time it was discussed before, what was it that the prosecution specifically was looking for?
We're looking for anything in addition to that which Dr. Oziel has already testified to regarding the relationship between Eric Menendez and his parents.
Well, you didn't say it in quite that way the last time, but that's what you wanted the court to look for?
Yes.
The defense has indicated that it would request an in-camera hearing in relationship to this. And the issue is whether there is anything in these transcripts that is relevant to the mental or emotional condition that has been tendered by the defense, and not whether there is anything in these transcripts that is relevant to the case, whether it be factually relevant to something that has occurred in the trial or evidence that's been introduced, or consistent or inconsistent with evidence or other things, testimony, whatever, that has been introduced during the course of the trial. That is not the purpose of the court's examination of this material, but only to determine whether there is anything in these earlier sessions that are relevant to the mental or emotional condition. And all of the sessions that were provided to the court, or the transcripts related to, or the materials related to sessions that occurred prior to August 20, 1989, with the exception of the transcript of the session of November the 28th, 1989, which was a session that occurred between the defendant Eric Menendez and Dr. Oziel, without Lyle Menendez present.
No, I think to be connected, I'm assuming Ms. Morris turned over to the court, but I turned over to Ms. Morris to turn over to the court. I'm assuming that's right, even though I wasn't physically present. Just to make the record clear, it's concerning the so-called earlier sessions. I believe we also turned over to the court Yeah, it's a good work session. We also turned over to the court notes about 8/23/1989. And I don't know if you want to call these sessions or whatever they were, this is those, laying around.
8/23/89.
Yeah.
What page was that in your
It would
materials?
show up as page 18 in the upper right corner. That's the number it would have.
All right, I have that.
And also, you should have right behind that something, this is page 20, which is dated 8/25.
All right, yes,
All right?
okay. You're correctly stating what was presented to the court. There were those sessions that occurred after August the 20th that were presented to the court as well. And I reviewed all of those. And in reviewing them, excluding August the 28th for the moment, I'll strike that November the 28th for a moment. Of all of the sessions prior to and after the August 20th, 1989 events, the only session that I find that might have any relevance, and I'm not saying it does, to the mental or emotional condition was that of May the 10th, 1989. Counsel for the defense can focus on that if you choose. The larger, or all three paragraphs basically, of that session. The rest of the sessions, might very well have material relevant to things that have occurred in the trial, but are not relevant to the mental or emotional condition that has been tendered by the defense, and therefore would not be properly subject to disclosure to the prosecution. The material that and the transcripts of the sessions that occurred prior to August the 21st were sessions that dealt with matters covered by a therapist-patient relationship, and the court finds that at this point, based on what has been tendered by the defense, other than that one reference I've indicated, there is nothing else in there that is relevant to the mental or emotional condition tendered. So if counsel for the defense wishes to discuss that with the court, we can do that.
May 10th.
I'm sorry?
If you want to discuss May 10th.
Yes.
Yes. We can do that.
All right. And as far as the post August 21st events and the sessions with Dr. Oziel, the transcript of that session, again, contains potentially, as far as I see, one specific reference that could be relevant to the mental or emotional condition. There may well be other evidence here that is, or other references in that transcript that could be relevant to other issues, but that is not the matter that is before the court, only whether it's relevant to the mental or emotional condition. And I would refer counsel to page 3 of August the 28th, the large...
You mean November?
November 20th, I'm sorry. The large paragraph in the middle, page 3, the last third of that paragraph, specifically.
Guess we should discuss that too. Yeah.
All right, and these matters are still covered by the patient therapist privilege unless and until the court rules that they are relevant to the mental and emotional condition tendered by the defense. And therefore, those discussions would have to occur without the prosecution present and without the public present for those for that purpose. But before we take a break to deal with those matters, are there other matters that council wish to discuss here at this point? You said something about witness scheduling or
Yes, Your
something
Honor.
like that.
We can do that whenever the court wishes, but I'd like to do it before we leave today.
And what is that?
Well, we're trying to organize the witnesses for rebuttal, and I've given the council a list, which was a optimistic list about when we can finish the trial. And I think that we're gonna have to move everybody back a day. What I had really hoped to do, and the main reason for making this, we have a number of out-of-state witnesses who I would like to call actually on Monday, a week from today, because that would give us the opportunity to fly them in over the weekend and put them on Monday. And I wanted, basically the reason I wanted to discuss scheduling is so I could get the court's permission to do that.
I told you earlier that what I don't want to have happen is that we have any more delays. We have many delays that we just cannot anticipate and have no control over, such as the illness of a juror or other participant in these proceedings. We just have to deal with that when it happens, and unfortunately it happens at the last moment when we become aware of it. But you can anticipate having people here and overscheduling witnesses, so we have more people here than we have time to fill. And if necessary, we work a little later to get more evidence before the jury. So I want you to have more witnesses here than necessary to fill out any particular day.
All right,
and if it requires somebody to spend the weekend here, then that's the way it'll have to be.
Okay.
I don't know which witnesses come from out of state and which don't.
The one scheduled for Friday, November 19th, except for Detective Zoller, up from out of town.
All right, well, you should start making some tentative plans to have them here, and I don't know how much longer the testimony of the present witness will take. It was represented to me that the entirety of her testimony would take one day. We've already been in session for approximately a day with her testimony, or just a little short of it. And we started Friday afternoon, and we went until almost 2 o'clock today without a lunch break till we took our recess, so that's almost a day.
We also have another witness.
That's true.
Dr. Emory.
Yeah. How much, what was the time estimate for the prosecution's cross-examination of this witness?
No more than 2 hours, hopefully less. I'm gonna try to keep it brief.
Right. And one can assume there probably will be generated some redirect examination based on the cross-examination.
Hopefully not late, because we do have most of the material already out that we wish to elicit from him. So I don't anticipate it's going to be.
All right, and then the defense intends to call Dr. Burgess. How long do you expect that testimony to take?
Well, I'm also going to take a paper on, so I'm going to do the take plus an hour into it.
All right. And then the defense would be resting?
No, I'm going to call Cynthia earlier investigator.
Okay, that's right.
And I may also call Alexandra Corey for some brief testimony.
All
There
right.
will be a people's objection to Ms. Forrest.
Well, then we can deal with that. When will you know if she's going to be called?
After the cross on Ms. Smith. I'll have her available for first thing Wednesday morning.
Well, by then, depending on,
I don't think we'll be resting before then.
okay.
See where things go.
There is also a possibility that I will call Kitty Menendez. I have not decided yet.
All right. If there is any material you want me to consider in relationship to upcoming witness testimony, you should give it to me so I can review it. I don't know if there is any such, but certainly if it relates to any hearings that would be conducted prior to the testimony of a witness to expedite that, I would expect that you provide it to me.
Well, I don't think there's, I mean, the people know it was urgent and testify to. I can give you, save time, I can give you, a chart that she prepared. It has to do with the testimony and let the court know I had this put on a larger chart, which if you have it, there's any experience here, the people will no doubt object to, we would then want to have any other objection. So I can give you, I've given them to the clerk, Your Honor. What she's going to testify to is that she, on numerous occasions, on this particular one, she's going to testify that she made a videotape as well of her and another investigator in the case driving the post-shooting routes that each defendant testified to. So she did what Eric Menendez's recollection was, and she did what Lyle Menendez's best recollection was. When she timed it all, she noted start places and stop places. She measured it. She did everything to document these routes, and she recorded it all on a videotape, which has been given to the prosecution as of last week. Now, it is not my intention to play the videotape, but only to mark it so that the jury knows that there is a visual record of it if challenged. Obviously, if the prosecution challenges this route, then we would ask to play the tape for rehabilitation. But it's a complicated database, and so that's why she prepared those charts so that she could refer to them and to illustrate exactly what she did.
Do you have a copy of the chart? I don't think we have it.
I don't know that you did that.
Okay, obviously, give it to the prosecution and see what their position will be.
I did describe to, I think I did tell the presenters that we did have charts that documented the routes. She did indicate to me. Outside of the scene. I do think it mattered if it's on.
Well, prior to holding a hearing, obviously, we want them to review it. All right. Are there any other matters then that council want to discuss prior to taking a recess so that we can go into closed session relating to the claim of patient-therapist privilege on any subject?
Not on our behalf.
All right, we'll take a recess and close the courtroom so that we can conduct this hearing, and then we'll, if it's possible, we will resume again with the public and the prosecution. Let's see where we're going. The attorney is now present, as well as all other counsel and both defendants.
Your Honor, the record should reflect I have, but any discovery to the prosecution of that portion of the November 28th tape that the court ruled was relevant under 1016. I also gave Mrs. Advantage the May 10th, 1989 note. So she has
All right.
everything that the court ruled was relevant.
Okay.
Now, based on the language of that sentence in the November 28th tape that has been disclosed, because Dr. Uziel, in dictating this, has used the word apparently in reference to Eric Menendez making an appointment. It's our position that unless and until Dr. Uziel testifies and authenticates or provides some reliability that Eric Menendez actually told him he made the appointment for the purpose as stated here, we would object to the people attempting to confront our expert Ann Burgess when she testifies tomorrow and or Wednesday with this statement. Because although I can indicate to the court that Dr. Burgess is familiar with all of these materials in anticipation that the ruling may have been otherwise. Obviously, she doesn't know what Dr. Azul would actually say about this particular sentence, and I don't think it's appropriate to confront her with that statement as if it's provable fact when the people have yet to prove it. Have yet, in fact, even talked to Dr. Azul about it, I would assume. One can never tell with Dr. Azul.
Well, since we just got the information, we have not spoken to him about it. Your Honor, before we even, so we just received this material, we would like until tomorrow morning to make a decision as to whether or not we're going to use it with Dr. Burgess or at all.
Certainly.
The other matter, to Your Honor, is, and I've discussed this briefly with Mrs. Blazanich, there is information that Judalon Smyth, hearsay information that Judalon Smyth repeated to the police, not as her personal knowledge, but as things Dr. Azil told her, that could, hypothetically, have come from still privileged materials. I say it that way because I don't want to reveal any privileged materials. There is one particular area that Mrs. Blazanich already framed in the form of a question when Dr. Conti was on the witness stand that I anticipated she was going to frame. She was going to ask Miss Smith about in her cross-examination. And what I understand it is that there's information Miss Smith has that Dr. Azil gave her purporting to be statements made by one or both of the defendants that simply has not been unprivileged by any court. And therefore, we would be asserting, apart from asserting a hearsay objection, we would still be asserting the privilege that has not been removed by 1016 as to any material that does not appear in the notes of Dr. Azil or the testimony of Dr. Azil for October 31st, November 2nd, or on the tape of December 11th, or turned over to the prosecution today pursuant to the court's 1016 ruling. So if she is asked about something that has not shown up in any of those sources, I think it's fair to say we would assert a privilege because it would have had to have come from a session that is as yet still privileged, whether November 28th or any of the subsequent sessions, the content of which we don't even know, because Dr. Azil never made any notes.
Well, I don't know specifically what you're referring to, so it's kind of.
I can go back in camera to let the court know. See, I don't want to waive the privilege by asserting it. I can go back in camera. I could even approach the sidebar right now and let the court know.
I mean, this was something that already was asked by the prosecution.
Was asked in a question, just in the form of a question with Dr. Conti. Would your opinion change if you knew A, B, and C? And I anticipate that people are going to try to get one of those A, B's, or C's out of this Smith, whose information is purely hearsay from Dr. Azil.
Well, one of those, at least one, maybe two, came from Pisarcik.
Right, one came from Pisarcik. Let me see, what were three? Two came from Pisarcik. The third, I think, came from Ms. Smith via Dr. Azil, via privilege.
All right, well, since you've identified it in that fashion, why don't you just tell me what the question was? You're not disclosing anything. I could look at the transcript. As I said, I recall that there were references, and apparently Ms. Lansing agrees 2 out of 3 came from Pisarcik. So the third one came from Smith, apparently, or Azil. So why don't you just let me know what it was, so I don't have to go back and read the transcript.
I think the 3 questions to Dr. Conti was whether the information about Eric Menendez not knowing the brother's hairpiece were different. I think the second thing was whether Lau Menendez had been provided with child abuse literature prior to talking to Dr. Conti. And the third piece of information was if the Menendez brothers bought theater tickets before their parents were killed.
Okay,
May I state your previous position?
yes.
Your Honor, the fact that something was not contained in Dr. Oziel's notes from the 2 sessions about which he's already testified does not mean that there was not other information that came out during those sessions. I think the defense is arguing that if it's not in the notes of those 2 sessions, then it must have come from a privileged session, and I don't think that's necessarily true. And I think the best source from that would be to go to what Judalon Smyth told the police in March of 1990. She indicated that she got specific details about the murders, one from listening at the doorway at a joint session where both Eric and Lyle were present, which could only describe, in my opinion, the sessions of October 31st and November the 2nd, since she indicated in her testimony today that she was not present during the December the 11th session. The November 28th session was Eric Menendez alone, so by elimination, it would have had to have been information she gathered when she was either listening at the door or was told the information shortly afterwards by Dr. Oziel. It's going to be the people's position in questioning Ms. Smith that prior consistent statements of Dr. Oziel are admissible for purposes of rehabilitation, since his credibility has been attacked pretty much every day throughout the trial. And so it's our belief that prior consistent statements should be admissible. And number 2, just because something wasn't contained in the notes doesn't mean that it wasn't divulged by the defendants during those sessions. It's just that because of the nature of the rulings and everything else, that we limited his testimony to those notes for purposes of corroboration. But I don't think that Ms. Abramson's argument necessarily works, that these were from other sessions that are still privileged.
Well, certainly the examination of Ms. Smith wasn't confined to what was in Dr. Oziel's notes. The direct examination asked her to relate what it was Oziel told her. Or could she distinguish what it was that she herself heard versus what Oziel told her? And there was no limitation on it in regards to Oziel's notes.
Well, but that's not the point of this
She could have said anything in the world in response to that wasn't in his notes, and that would have contravened your position.
We sort of knew what she would say, however, Your Honor, since she did give 7 hours of interviews to the police. We sort of have a very detailed record of everything Ms. Smith ever said.
But you dispute a lot of what she said to the police as being
Well, I
accurate.
understand, but I want to get back to the point of this. And the point of this is thus: Dr. Oziel did not testify to that specific piece of information that Mrs. Bozanich used in her question of Dr. Conte. So it could not be a prior consistent statement. He never testified.
Okay, now we're going beyond the privilege issue to some other.
All right, but my point is, Mrs. Bozanich says that she should be able to ask Ms. Smith this as a prior consistent statement. Just because it isn't in his notes doesn't mean he didn't say it. Well, he didn't say it. It's not in his notes of October 31st. It's not in his notes of November 2nd. And notes aside, he didn't testify to it. And I would submit the reason he didn't testify to it is because at the time he testified, it was then and is still now privilege. And therefore, the fact that he may have told what the Supreme Court and this court ultimately upheld as privileged material to Ms. Smith does not unprivilege it. It's simply an unauthorized disclosure or an eavesdropper overhearing, whichever way you slice how she got the information, and is still privileged. And that's my only point.
Well, this is something that the people intend to pursue with the examination of Ms. Smith, or?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, basically the people are going to try to focus on the homicides, and I'm going to ask her what she was told by Dr. Oziel shortly after him leaving the session with the defendants on the 31st of October. I'm going to ask her what she heard and what she told Primetime Live, she heard what she told various other people she heard, including the police and the affidavit that she filed with Judge Albrecht. And then I'm also going to ask her about the November 2nd session. And so it seems to me, because of the nature of both the attack on Dr. Oziel throughout these proceedings and because of the direct examination done by Mr. Burt, that we should be allowed to do that.
And we would simply object to any materials that are not prior consistent statements of Dr. Oziel because he didn't testify to them because they are privileged. I mean, he was allowed to testify just about everything of this nature that was not privileged, and it was all elicited from him. The only thing that was not at question about were the privileged materials.
No, there was clearly a lot of material that was subject to exclusion. We had a lengthy hearing in
Oh, yes, we had
relationship to
hearings.
his testimony that prior to his testimony, which excluded quite a bit of his
Yes, but what I'm saying,
things, references in his notes.
what I'm saying, Your Honor, is none of that excluded material is the basis for the question that I'm concerned about.
Well-
We're all familiar with what that material was. And now the court is familiar with additional material, and that's my point.
I really wasn't focusing on that particular reference, and the question asked by Ms. Bozanich was asked long after I read those notes. So if it's buried somewhere in those notes, I can't even tell you I remember it. I don't know if it is or isn't, quite frankly. I could read them all over again to see if it's there.
We could go in camera briefly, which would stop the court from
Okay.
to do that.
But clearly, the people are entitled to ask what it is that she heard at any of these sessions.
Yes, if she admits to hearing herself, but even then, we would object if it's a session that's privileged, that it's still privileged.
Well,
Eavesdropping notwithstanding, I think the Supreme Court made it clear that that rule still is.
well, the eavesdropper does not by itself cause a waiver or exception to the privilege. That's clear.
I have no objection to him asking what she heard October 31st, what she heard November 2nd. It's anything else. She doesn't even claim to have been present.
Well, she does. She says she was at 4 or 5 sessions total,
Right, but she
6,
doesn't
something
claim
of
to
that
be.
nature.
She says they were all joint, and she doesn't claim to have been present 12, 11.
Well, I can't limit the examination to the point where the people can't ask what she heard at these other sessions that's different or the same as what she heard on the 31st of October or November the 2nd when she's testified it's all blended together and all compressed or whatever it is. So she's the one who presents us with a situation where in order to pick out what she heard at a particular time, you have to perhaps go into some of these other sessions.
Well, you can't use that as an excuse to violate privilege just because the witness has told me with privileged and unprivileged material. That's not really a problem for the witness. That's a problem for us.
No, it's a problem for the person the party who called the witness. If she is commingling things to the point where she can't be effectively examined without going into these other areas, and how can you argue that she can't be examined on it?
Well, Your Honor, calling a witness does not waive the privilege. All I'm saying is I've mentioned one specific area out of about 10,000 bytes of fact that she has that I am asserting the privilege on. I think I can show the court a record that would indicate it is privileged information, and that is the only question we're seeking to prohibit the prosecution from asking. Now, I don't think that's an impossible burden when it's clearly privileged information.
Okay, well, as I said, I don't recall where it is in the materials.
I'll show you.
Certainly let you do that. But again, there has to be an opportunity for the cross-examiner to test what it is this witness remembers from these sessions versus other sessions. And there's only really one way to do that is to ask, what do you remember from this session? And if she starts answering in a way that opens the other sessions, that was done because of the way that she answered questions on direct examination.
Well, I think basically her answer is going to be the same, that she can't remember what's from one and what's from another, so I don't really think gets anybody anywhere.
I don't have any
She
way to
also,
know
Judge, once the in-camera hearing transcript is revealed, she had, at the time she testified in front of Judge Albrecht, a calendar book, which she was using to refresh her memory on what session she was
she
present.
tried to use it.
Tried to use it. Correct. And I believe my recollection of reviewing this is she testified to being there on October 31st, November 2nd, and the third date was November 14th, where there clearly was not a session. She has no notation for November 28th, and she clearly testified both here and in the in-camera that she was not present for December 11th. So I think that gives rise to the reasonable inference that whatever she learned about November 28th was revealed to her by Oziel.
This year's.
Well, also, I assume to whatever extent she says she was at sessions that did not occur, that tends to impeach her testimony in some regard. as to which side wants to impeach her for what purpose. All right.
Each side for all purposes, I suppose.
There is something that everyone can use or not use as you choose from her testimony. Anything further? I'm not opening the door to all sessions, obviously not, since I ruled that everything is still privileged other than what limited material has been turned over. But the extent that she's opened the door, or defense has opened the door during the direct examination, the people have to have some leeway to examine her on her recollection and test her recollection as to what she recalls from a particular session. All right. Anything else now other than dealing with the transcript of her testimony before Judge Albrecht and the videotape of the television show?
There's nothing else to discuss.
Judge, I reviewed the transcripts of the in-camera hearing. The only portions that we are claiming the attorney-client privilege on are pages 120 through 122.
All right. I will exclude 121 and 122 from the materials, the transcripts, only because there is an objection by the defense asserting the attorney-client privilege, and to the extent that it reveals conversations that occurred which potentially were covered by the attorney-client privilege at some stage prior to December 11th. The court will sustain that objection. The court in no way interprets this as at variance with the court's rulings previously made in regards to the attorney-client privilege, and that there was no such privilege in relationship to the December 11th tape-recorded session. This is a separate conversation that is protected potentially by the attorney-client privilege, and therefore the court will sustain it.
Does anyone have an extra copy?
Yes, I have it up here. All right, it'll be given to the prosecution without 121 and 122. That's of the transcript of July 31st, those 2 pages. And otherwise, the transcript of July 30th and July 31st, 1990 has been turned over to the prosecution. In relationship to the videotape of Ms. Smith's testimony, anything further that the parties have? Do you want me to still review the entirety of it?
Yes, Your Honor. It's not very long. I don't think the court, unless the court wants to do it in open court, I don't think it's necessary. I also have the court now has the transcript that I prepared, which is just a summation of what she said. So when does the court, I can give the court.
Well, I'll just take it and look at it tonight.
Okay, I believe it needs to be rewound, but it's an extended play, so it's very short.
All right. All right. Anything else now in relationship to the testimony of Ms. Smith or the other witness who will testify tomorrow? Witnesses, hopefully, who will testify tomorrow?
For clarification, are we going to go straight through now with Ms. Smith, and then is it Ms. Early who's next, or Dr.
No, it's Dr. Burgess. Dr. Burgess is on the pressure, the schedule pressure, not the server.
All right. If by chance our juror is sick tomorrow, the same one who was ill today, I think we're going to get to the point where we'll just have to excuse that juror and go ahead. I don't think we can, at this point, afford to lose another day. So that is a juror on the gold jury, or the gold jury. All right. Anything else?
No.
Okay, we'll be in recess until tomorrow at, let's have council here at 8:30 just in case, well, definitely in relationship to this videotape and any other matters that might arise that council wish to discuss before we start up again at 9 o'clock. So